The jungle, Kintargo, Kovlar. Everywhere the Triad has popped up, they have fallen. They won't win.
You're right. They'll never win. We've given them no quarter, forced them back into hiding at each turn, back into their holes. Where do they hide now?
Along the golden road. Coin may ensure their safety in bottoms of time. No amount of gold will protect them from us.
Us. Together. Beating death, breaking curses, and always finding our way. We'll find them. And then they'll know it's over.
So run all you like. There is no fortress, no keep that will protect you, no army or force that will stop us. No matter how long it takes, we will find you, and we will destroy you. We are the unforgotten. We are eternal.
Yep, I think that'll do it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Hello. Welcome to Penny for a Tale. It feels like it's been a long time, but I know it hasn't. What matters is that we're all here to watch some violence and some murder and some mayhem. And a big-ass heist. What? More on that later, but before we get into it, let's reintroduce our cast, starting with Daniel.
Hi guys, I'm Daniel. I'm playing Sailix Lavendil tonight, the crestfallen, insane celestial elf who had a vision right before we left off last game of Gunslinger Rune, and I am super excited about that. Anyway, I can't wait to get this show underway. Let's get it going.
I'm here with my friend, Sailix Lavendil. Casually taking a selfie. All right, next we got James.
Hi everybody, I am James. I am playing, or I guess I should say we are Legion tonight. God, what is he? He's a mountain in a body. The construct Einherjar. So yeah, he was summoned into being by Rune. Big kind of mountain of a guy, and I can't wait to see where we get to go tonight, because we reversed our fight from last week, and I could get some more of that.
Craven Violence. Ready to go again. Next is Jen.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Jen. I play Eriyn / The Vesparin, the Sea Elf Rogue, who really, really doesn't like liches. And after the time reversal thing of the last fight, she conveniently finds herself right next to the door, so she's gonna leave to get fucked up. And that's gonna be awesome. And I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
Yes. I'm skipping somebody and going straight to Mr. Smith.
I knew you were going to skip them, and it has me very curious and questioning how the rest of this evening is going to go. Hello, I am Mr. Smith. I play Rune, the Unkindness. He will be eager to divest this group of liches of all of their wares in this damn tower, because they're too evil to deserve them. At which point we will see where his poor choices take him.
Indeed, indeed. All right. Well, before I begin, just want to say we're sponsored by Smiteworks, creators of Fantasy Grounds Unity. We're using Fantasy Grounds Unity for this entire campaign. It's been absolutely blast. If you're looking for virtual tabletop, could not recommend them highly enough. The music you're listening to is Rock Narden, but we also have tracks from Michael Ghelfi. It's all great. You can find links to the stuff in the show notes. And then we're also sponsored by The Only Sheet, which is an automated Excel-based character management and party planning tool. Super cool, super polished, and super easy to use. If you have Excel and you want a sheet, absolutely give them a shot. Link to their stuff as well is in the show notes. But yeah, I say we get started. So we're coming close to the end of book 2 of chapter 2 of book 5 of the Age of Ashes adventure path. And where we left off, well, the dwarf Wahar had given our party a mission, and circumstances about the mission has really revealed Wahar's character in that he doesn't care much about things that don't have anything to do with the unseen hand. A group in Katapesh reportedly that hates the Packmasters, but yeah, we'll let the party decide how they feel about certain things, because where we left off, in fact, is the Tower of the Seer. I want to ask, as the Vesparin comes to the realization that this is entirely screwy, Magra and Rune's participation in this further complicates the matter, and Sailix's memories only makes it more deeply intertwined with the maelstrom. Rune, you know that violence has a sort of expiration date. No doubt the entire block has heard most of what's occurred. Time is somewhat of the essence before you're answering to other people. And as Sailix returns, you're all sort of reunited and back out of combat, ready to negotiate. Here in Katapesh, I want to ask, what do you do?
Rune will look to Legion. If you wouldn't mind doing me a favor and holding the front door closed for a few moments.
Closed.
Yes.
Yes. The Rune.
Be the mountain that you are, and ensure it stays closed.
All right. Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
He will then look at Sailix. Mr. Lavendil, are you all right?
Great.
Did you find yourself in the desert again?
Yeah. Eriyn came to get me.
That she did. Excellent. The Demilich, is it active or not active?
The Demilich is no longer moving since Sailix ripped him apart. Gems from the face and all.
And is Magra still here or not?
She's sort of watching the door, ready to make a choice, but she's here.
Right. He'll look to Professor Delight. Professor, did you get the answers you were looking for?
Not really, but always seems to be the case, doesn't it? Always another search.
Well, you believe I can help you. You have naught but to ask.
Sure we'll be seeing more of each other.
Very well then. If you choose.
Rune.
And then he will... Oh, nope, go ahead.
Just sort of before she heads out, she would look at Rune with just kind of a light smile. You always were my best student.
Well, I hope
Don't
I
lose
still
sight
am,
of the
Professor.
knowledge. Hope you still are too.
I'll keep on my path. You stay safe on yours.
And with a small nod, she just sort of walks out in this flourish of robes.
No, the doors are closed.
Oh, that's true. Well, she'll teleport then.
Through the... Oh, well, there's an alternative. Even flashier.
Wizards.
Absolutely.
Am I right?
God, I hate wizards.
His final action will be
Legion
to
does not
rummage
react.
through the various magical things in this tower while there is some time.
All right. Yeah, well, you'll notice the liches really are just ready to leave, unless you have a way to stop them. They consider themselves guests that are no longer invited to
Oh, I
the
thought
estate
they
of the Seer.
I thought they had left already. I'm sorry.
Should you have allowed them? I mean, I imagine there is a case to be made about trying to pin them there, but you don't know really. Well, I mean, I guess they did kind of just leave. You had the Demi-Lich, and in that time, you decided to seek out the Demi-Lich, picked up the skull. Sailix ended up getting it. But one way or another, I'm pretty sure these liches just kind of scamper
I mean,
out.
if any,
The skull.
if any are left, he'll look at anyone that's left standing and just ask, "Is this over yet, or will we see you again?"
The Garundi man is remaining, as the other 3 or 4, well, the other 3, the 4th was an extra planar being that didn't seem to return, but sort of stares at you, but also at Sailix. Well, that depends. It's business with Takarol. It's not over. You know that by now, I'm sure.
I'll be eager to find out what it's all about. I can't believe it's just about the Ravenswood symbol being plastered everywhere.
I respect your ambition, wizard. But there will be more. And with that, he's the last one. They're all gone.
All right then. Yeah, he'll totally be the thief in this particular instance and rummaging through the lich's things or the demi-lich's things.
Well, you would know where the nicest things here would be. The only problem is they seem to have already been removed.
Yeah,
In the throes of combat. Yeah, you might have forgotten there was a rogue on the loose here somewhere.
Nope,
Yeah,
didn't forget.
Now there's still well, yeah. I mean, there's still plenty of stuff here if you had time to liquidate it all. The only problem is you don't know which one of these liches like really owns this tower. It was probably one of them. They all kind of bumped out. Did one of them stop to hail some guards? Maybe. All you know is that there are guards on the way to the tower, not in any sort of rush, but should they meet resistance, it might escalate. want to ask
Well, I
if
mean,
you have
we'll
a plan with
be able to
that.
get out of here with before too long. Yeah, Rune will attempt to find any additional stash if there are any. Assuming the thief didn't have necessarily the time to go through everything in the span of 5 minutes or so. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Excellent. I wanted to ask Sailix, what do you do here? Do you have any business on that side of the door?
He's just plucking out all the jewels from the skull. Kind of. Hold on. Let me remove Dorothy Terror. Kind of like very. He's not bothered by the call of the guards coming. Just
Of course.
he'll look to Legion. He's like, "Do you think these are diamonds?" Tapping on his teeth.
They smell like diamond.
Right. So he'll just rip off the bottom half of the jaw. That's what he's doing.
Brilliant. And then when it seems like you're kind of getting encircled a bit, what's the plan to get out of here? What's your escape route?
Teleport.
Sailix. Excellent. Where do you teleport to? Hideout? Camel?
Back to the safe house.
Safe house. I like it. Well, in the meantime, Vesparin, later in this night, you have plans to enjoy some escapism before the heist. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Are you at the Camel? Or are you visiting an establishment in Katapesh?
Yeah, I figure she is basically chilling on the face of the camel, like its snout, and so like she's just like lying there and using it as like a recliner kind of, with like her legs dangling over the side, so it's just like that drop in the city and, you know, just the sky overhead or whatever, and she's just sort of got like one of those little like I don't know what the Pathfinder term is, but like from the art it kind of looks like you smoke what was it, pash out of like a mini hookah. So I figure she's got like one of those things like next to her, and she's just blowing smoke rings into the night sky, enjoying the colors.
Perfect. Scampering up to find you is one of your informants. You trust them a lot, and they seem to know where to find you in certain circumstances. You know if they're here, that they're not followed. They're good for that, and when they approach, they will not remove the hood, but they'll sort of just whisper into your ear. This formless figure, somebody is searching for you near Precious Camel.
Someone is always looking for me, darling. You have to be way more specific.
I have nothing to specify. You might strike first, though. They're being quite blunt about your character.
Blunt? What does that mean?
Well, from what I gather, here in Katapesh there are maybe 2, 3 sea elves at most. Why does this man talk so ill of one? I believe it a taunt.
someone is disappointed, I will not fuck them, obviously. Okay. I need you to do me a favor. I seem to, like, my legs have become a part of the camel. So I need you to pull me out of it. Just pull.
Are you all right?
I'm so great. He
Wait,
does.
wait, there he is. There he is. 1 block away by torchlight. Look. Here at this dusk, voice of somebody quite drunk, far away. Something about a sea elf, or a wet elf. Something crude, offensive to your people, for sure. Yeah, it's very pointed to say something like that. And yet you hear this this rambling off in the distance. It's like it's like they're very clearly taunting you. Or a sober Vesparin would believe so, at least. What do you do?
She, like, looks at the informant, and it's just, like, that look of, like, I have, like, no fucks to give. So it's just, like, why am I caring about this person again? If he's just some drunken idiot. I have things that I am doing. Can't you see that I'm busy? If you could see
Vesparin.
what the clouds are doing right now. Oh my god.
I didn't want to bring this up, but he mentioned a name. This shadowy figure getting up, ready to just kind of leave, in case this doesn't go well. People here don't know the story about what happened in Talasantri. But he mentioned her by name.
Where is he?
You can hear him. Follow the sound. I've done what I can.
Okay.
They're going to just sort of recede into the shadows. Kind of literally.
How high up am I roughly?
You're on top of the camel? 4 stories up? Maybe? If it's...
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay. With catfall and my athletics, I believe I can jump that far, right?
Yeah. You should have no issue.
Yeah. So basically, like, at that point, like, she jumps down and is just, like, in, like, that, like, you know, assassin work mode. So I'm gonna be stealthy, though, or at least attempt to be. Because I figure that she's just gonna murder him.
Okay. Well, make your stealth check, and we're gonna cut away while you hunt down this drunken braggart.
Whoops. This will be fun.
All right. So, yeah, returning to the hideout.
I'm legendary, so I can't crit fail.
True. Sailix, Rune, Legion, you return to the hideout via teleportation just in time for everything to sort of fall apart. Of course, Trial is there, and a few other people hired to do the good work. Notably not here would be Waldorf or Poppy. I want to ask, what do you do as you arrive?
Rune will simply say hello to everyone.
I would
Assessing who is there.
Sorry. Yeah, Legion would go into like a defensive mode and check the doors. Check the street outside. Kind of do a perimeter search.
Yeah. Well, nobody's here. Your hideout hasn't been spoiled yet. And Tridal is here, though. Sailix, what do you do as you enter?
I guess throw the remnants of the skull he was picking at on the table. Kind of sit down
Smart.
across from Tridal. So, how's your magic bullshit coming along?
Well, would you care to talk business, or are you on your own mission, Guildmaster? There's plenty goings on regarding the Planar Guard, but I wouldn't bore you with the details.
Right. Guildmaster stuff. I need to find somebody to take that over. I don't want to do it anymore.
Guildmastership, it's been 2 weeks.
Right.
You're all right, Mr. Lavendil.
Why would I not be all right?
Leading soldiers has been a thing of yours for quite some time. Choosing to not do it is a bit out of sorts.
Oh, right. I don't know, I feel kind of have a headache. Feel kind of...
Rune's eyes just sort of squint and eye Sailix up and down. What happened?
Feel kind of tired. I just don't wanna. Sometimes you just want to be silly.
Mr. Lavendil, what happened in the desert,
Right.
if I may ask?
Desert. Think.
Sand. Much sand.
Sand. You got
Desert.
it. Sand.
Sand.
Purple worms.
Often purple worms in deserts. Yes.
Giant purple worms. You were there, and he gestures to Rune. But
It was.
you had guns. I don't.
And
maybe
Tridal's
that's not
jaw
what they're
just
called.
drops.
They don't know.
Maybe that's not what they're called. You had and Sailix
they look like
closes his
this?
eyes.
Rune will create this
Pardon?
sort of illusion of a pistol, really, from where is it, RK, I believe, or I forget the name of the province.
Alkenstar?
Alkenstar. I was way off.
Yeah,
Look something
kinda.
like this.
I mean, they're a little bit more fancy. Sailix closes his eyes and in a flutter of kind of how Rune does when he does a perfect recall. You had 8 rings on your right ear, a gold dragon tattoo.
And Tridal's going to try to interrupt you.
Your left eye
Sailix.
was all white. What, man?
Sailix. Let's
And
exercise
Tridal.
caution. This is not the time.
Rune now immediately looks at Entridal.
Rune, what are we here for? Sweating
I will
through the
answer your
day.
question if you. I will answer your question if you answer mine.
I'll answer everybody's question if everybody answers my fucking question.
No, we need to answer fewer questions. We need to focus on the mission. We will get to what happened in Akanefti,
Which you remember,
but we need to pace
don't
it.
you?
Well, I remember a lot, Rune.
You remember what Mr. Lavendil has forgotten then? All the memories that my friend
Well, I
has
wasn't there
forgotten.
for all of it. We can discuss this, Rune. But you must recognize that there's a reason he doesn't remember that. It's worth the wait.
Is it now? Worth the loss of my best friend. Arguably the only family I have left. See, I'll remember that. I'll keep that in mind. We have people to save, and we are missing one from this group of ours to make it happen. So how about we find her, if she wants to be found?
Oh, right.
Mr. Lavendil, I recommend you remain as Guildmaster for the next few days at the very least until this heist is over.
Yeah, I gotta find someone to take it over anyway.
Through the telepathic bond, which I think Vesparin was on, if memory serves, Rune, it'll broadcast everybody just for ease of communication's sake. Vesparin, are you busy?
Should we cut to Vesparin now?
So I guess what I would say is that, because again, like she didn't close off the telepathic bond or anything, but it's one of those things where like normally like Vesparin's mind is basically like an MC Escher painting of machines and chaos and like gears periodically sparking random connections and pieces fitting together in ways that only she can understand, seemingly. But when she's like fighting or in a combat, like it's as if all of the chaos just goes very quiet, because, you know, assassin mode. And that didn't turn off like after the fighting was done. And then now it's sort of like everything is all fudge the edges and just like, you know, there's just that warm, happy feeling that seems to bleed into everything. Only now it's like someone is forcing sharpness to those fuzzy edges. So yeah, Ian, what have I seen?
Well, you see an Eagle Knight, more specifically a Steel Falcon, which is one of the 3 branches of Eagle Knight. This bastard's drunk, rambling, something about the sea elf. This and that. People don't know what he's talking about. There aren't really sea elves in Katapesh. They're halfway across the inner sea, and have no real reason to be here. So it's kind of pointed. No word about Kai though. But Sam, why don't you describe what this character looks like?
Yeah, so Vespa, you kind of notice this very drunken Andrin, blonde hair that looks slightly greasy, like he hasn't showered quite as often as he should. And he is loud, he is obnoxious, and he is just going off about this fish-smelling, elusive Ugh. And he just like kind of like slings an arm over the nearest guy next to him. You know, I've been following this sea elf, and she's a fishy one. So no, if only, and he's just like shouting at the sky. If only I could find her, because also heard she's some sort of Callistrian follower. And he kind of nudges the guy. And you know how those Callistrian followers can be. But who knows? Apparently, she fell in love, got married. Not quite the right person. Anyways, I don't know if she has a fish for a head or a fish for feet. Something about her's fishy. And he's just like stumbling as he walks and like trying to make all these ridiculous fish puns about God knows what, and is stumbling just over his feet.
Did you?
Yeah. So, so we would just sort of try to like stick with the crowd, with like her hood pulled up and stuff, and sort of a loose like disguise, and just sort of like shadow as this person is walking around or whatever, waiting for them to, you know, walk down a dark alley, and definitely marked for death.
I'm sure like as they get to a less crowded area, he'll kind of drop his voice a little bit. I've heard she's also trying to make herself out to be some sort of god or some shit. Have you heard anything about any of these? See, I mean, there's only 3 here in this town. I'm sure I could find one of them. Probably just go to some brothel and I'll find her there.
I noticed the Kalashite man walking with you. You're pissed drunk, God. You need to go to sleep.
Night is young. I bet we could find one more place to take us in.
Well, at this rate, do you? I mean, look at you. You're a mess. God, we've been here 2 days. Pick yourself up.
Maybe. I just care a little bit more than you do. Like, jabs his finger in your chest.
Why would you attack me? So far, I've paid. Rude. All right, what's open? It's gonna just kind of look around with you, see if there's anything available. Sure enough, there is. If you two aren't just so drunk. As I search, Vesparin, do you interfere in any way? You're also being communicated with telepathically, by the way. So there's that. What do you do?
Well, do I recognize the person with this guy?
No.
Okay.
An Eagle Knight as
And
well. But
the Eagle Knights are what again?
they're a faction of armed forces that assist in running the nation of Andoran, which is next to Absalom.
Okay. And they're still in a crowded place, right? Like, or at least crowded enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me think. She would make a disguise. And sort of go to just, like, again, shadow and observe.
Very well.
Because I do got that quick disguise. And to the telepathy, she would respond with something like, "Ah, wizard, nice of you to care. I have found someone who is using my name and it is very annoying. I want to know why before I fucking kill them."
What on earth are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
We have a thing to plan for. Are you going to join us, or are you too busy?
I don't want to plan anything. I just want to kill this person.
Who is this person, and why?
He is a giant douchebag.
I'm fairly certain that doesn't necessarily meet the bar of death.
It's a very low bar.
Is it just for today? Is this a normally
It
low
stopped
bar?
me from killing all those liches, wizard. Your friend even went so far as to unkill the one I did.
It was rather impressive.
So,
What, are you saying your bloodlust is not satiated? Is that the problem here?
have a lovely night.
We wanted to kill more.
Very well then.
All right, let's take it back to the
As
other
you see
side of
fit,
this
Vesper.
telepathy. Intridal is taking this opportunity to ask Sailix about anything other than Akhenefti, lest he risk telling the truth about what happened there. So, all right. Oh, no. Where is it? Where did that go? Rune, you can prestidigitate still, yes? Well, I mean, better than I can.
Oh,
Evidently, I've misplaced something.
that would be?
Those
Confirmation.
fucking marbles.
Right, well, no, Sailix, he says bitterly. The invitation, we needed a response. I finally got your signature. It needs to return to them. I need it over technically by dusk, which, judging by the horizon, we've missed, but I could probably sneak in. I just need to find it because, well, magic addles the brain, and I'm properly addled here. And he's sort of searching this messy hideout, looking for the
Magic rarely
invitation.
addles the
You
brain.
can tell he's
Perhaps it
kind of
was a discussion
overworked.
of Akhenefti.
Sailix looks back at Rune.
Ren, listen to me. Rune. Listen to me.
Idle. Listening.
Take out the Scarlet Triad, and I have so much to tell you about Akhenefti and the planes beyond. I happen to work for the Planar Guard.
The sound of crystals forming come out as this one slides a piece of paper over to Intridal.
Oh, shit.
This one assumes that this is what you're looking for? Be on your way, Intridal. Before you mess up
We
and say
take note
something
of
else.
this.
You have
Names are
returned.
important. Right. This one has returned, Rune. You broached too
Very
close
well.
to what is
Seen
hidden.
this one before.
This one, I would like to reintroduce you to Legion. Legion, I would like to initially introduce you to this one. This one is a construct of Sailix to protect him from something. Protect me from something, apparently.
Something you near
Well,
too
then
close to.
we are pleased to meet you. This one. We protect Sailix as well.
Legion would notice the crystal mass that's formed over his face has no eye hole, so he doesn't know that he's holding a hand out.
That does not phase Legion at all. He's like, okay, and he just like bows.
Well, if you have returned, so has Sailix.
Not quite.
Uh,
You're nearing too close. Back off.
I keep getting told I'm too close to something. And if there's anything you know about me, I get a bit obsessive over a mystery. You can tell me
Right.
not to get close. But I can assure you, I will keep poking that bear. I will tear it apart until I find the dragon underneath.
But you don't... Rune, you don't understand. What's hidden? It's for your protection. Don't let your curiosity get you killed. Because when the choice comes down to it, and this one goes away, and it's only Sailix. If there's a choice to be made, this one's not sure it's going to be you.
Then the question is, if it's not me, will Sailix be protected?
That's the question too far.
Uh,
Satiate your curiosity now on the information you have been given. You have a heist to focus on.
Oh, we'll take care of this prisoner rescue. But there's always tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that. I can only be sidetracked for so long. This one. And besides, key portion to our little plan is off trying to murder someone. So, I've got nothing but time. Much to your luck, however, and his hand, he holds out a hand as a very damaged and broken Corvus lands. I have a raven to take care of. So,
This
if you
one's
want me to
thankful
not
for
ask any
small
more
miracles.
questions, I would find someplace else to go.
The crystal mask starts to fall apart of Sailix's face. And as this one disappears once again into the void, he just leaves Rune with, "Bide your time, wizard. Because an impatient wizard is a dead wizard."
Just shakes his
And then
head.
there's just Sailix.
I've apparently died
just-
twice already. Who the fuck cares?
What? Are you dead now?
Nothing at all, Mr. Lavendil. Please, sit, relax, enjoy yourself. I shall return. And Rune will dimension doorway.
Ooh, okay, okay. Where are you headed? Let's take it to wherever that is.
Honestly, it's like on the other side of the wall, on the opposite side of this building, to just get into his mansion.
Oh, okay. Got it. Not
Yeah.
to the Vesparin, then.
No, he doesn't know where the Vesparin is.
Good. All right. Well, let's take it to where the Vesparin is. Vesparin, in this time, what have you done? What is your play here? It's obvious this person's trying to get in contact with you by how incessant he is.
She is going to look like how, because they're in like what, another tavern right now or an inn?
So they were moving from one to the other, just along the streets. They'll be now approaching another inn, one that'll take them.
Okay, so is this like the dodgy part of town or the okay part of town?
It's getting dodgy. It's getting pretty dodgy. Yeah.
So then she would dress up like a low rent prostitute. And because I imagine if we're in the dodgy part of town, there are probably a couple just hanging out, you know, looking for drunk sailors who are just walking by with money in their pockets, ready to spend, right?
There sure is. There's this man that you've been trailing, following, stalking. He's got a friend. She approaches. Classic Andoran elbow bump of a greeting. Before she asks that he comes inside to join the rest in revelry for the night, celebrating really nothing. You can tell by the fresh bruises and wounds on her face that the last couple of days have been probably very hard for them. But, you know, that's really what people drink for. It's not really to celebrate in Katapesh, honestly. Do you interrupt before he enters the building?
This guy? Yes.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
So basically, you know, she kind of looks like just a very pale, like, you know, but incredibly gorgeous hooker who's, you know, tits out, all of the bits, all the curves flatter, but like, you know, you can smell like it has like, again, that telltale sign of like, this is a lower rent hooker because, you know, you can smell the pash on her. She hasn't bothered to hide that. You know, maybe her clothes were once nice before, but now, you know, you can see like the hem of her skirt's a little like tattered or something from walking around all day because poor people don't get to afford the fancy carriages and things. And she would kind of like very like coyly like put her fingers against his forearm and just be like, "How you doing, love? You want some company for tonight?"
Are you offering?
Course. Seems like you've been looking for a sea elf, but you know, I'm right here.
He pauses for a moment, his eyes like just kind of looking her over, pausing at certain moments. Like reaches a hand into his pocket and just kind of pulls out a bit of sand. Don't have much on me, love. But if you want to come in for a drink, I have some buddies that can pay.
She's going to take his arm, and while her, I would like to attempt to make a distraction, so I can use my other hand to like go into the rest of his pockets and just get an idea for valuables and things. Because I imagine being inebriated and wearing a very low-cut dress, if there's a wardrobe malfunction of some sort, that would probably be an adequate distraction, right?
Okay.
Mhm.
If we're trying to pick some pockets, we have a check to make versus a DC.
I do. Yes. So what do you want me to roll first? Because with make a distraction, then I get bonuses to pick pockets also, but I forget what the roll is.
The bonus, so it's a thievery check to pick pockets.
Yes. And then I think make a distraction is deception?
Yeah. I'd say
I
so.
have the book here. Okay.
Bonus against a drunk person.
I don't know if you want to give me a bonus or not, but that's the deception check.
You've got it.
Yeah, you know, just like there's a little bit of a wardrobe malfunction in the cleavage area. Like, oops. And you know, assuming he's a good Samaritan and helping the poor wayward prostitute, she's gonna go through his pockets. So thievery. Hey, there we go.
Beats DC.
What do I
It sure
find?
does. Oh man, there's a note with an order, and then whatever else he'd have in his pocket, Sam.
Yeah, note with an order, lots of sand, a couple of rocks, some daggers. There's really not much on him.
Okay. She will take the note and just like slip it up her sleeve. And then just sort of look at him with that like coy sort of thing of like, well, I'm not really one much for big groups, you know what I mean? I really like you.
He will literally just like holler inside the door.
Oh no. She is not going inside.
No, just like
Tim,
very much.
you notice your final co-worker. He's inside the tavern as well. Not the woman, not the other man. This guy is huge, but really in a wide sense. His face, you've never met a shark folk, but it's really shaped like that. Just an incredibly round face, wrap-around sort of eyebrows, big bushy beard. Easily 310, 320. Brawny guy, a brawler, looks at you and points. He's obviously been looking for you for some time. You haven't seen him in about a day. And you expect a lot has happened in Katapesh since then. What do you do?
Does he have reason to suspect that this guy might be mad at him?
Yeah, but you think it's probably over something stupid. You could just... It's up to you. It's really a call for you to make.
You sort of see his shoulders drop. Sure you don't want to come inside for just a moment? Warm up a bit.
All of them look like super boring. And I got work to do, darling.
So she'd sort of just be like, pat him gently on the arm and bye, and leave.
Thought you really liked me.
I thought so too, but I don't like to share.
He just kind of does that disappointed head shake, but we'll head in, trying to amble over to the shark folk.
All right. Anything to report telepathically, Vesparin, or are you immediately planning a backup, a contingency?
She would start heading back to the safe house, but I want to read what's in that order first.
I'm gonna message you. But I want to take it back over to well, Rune seems to be in a solitary place right now. Not really trusting Sailix or Entridal with the past itself as a concept, or the concept of time, or anything with his own name on it, or reality, or everything. So Legion and Sailix, you two are in the hideout, planning away. It's much quieter now that the sun is truly set. I want to ask, what are you doing, Legion?
Cleaning. He is sweeping. He's setting the safe house kind of to rights in his kind of cleanliness is next to godliness, monastic kind of way. But he's also checking like the security of the windows and getting a feel for the building and whatnot. Making idle conversation. Alex.
So, Legion, how would
Yes,
you
Mr.
feel
Lavendil.
being a guild? No. See, no. I'm not Mr. Lavendil. My father and brother were Mr. Lavendil. I am Sailix.
Sailix.
Right. And you, Legion, you are the new Guildmaster of the arena. How does it feel? Actually,
you are
know
a
what?
funny man, Sailix.
Sailix stands
I
up.
like your joke.
Kind of,
and he like
kind
claps him on the shoulder like a little toot. You are funny.
right, but I'm not playing. So let's go. Let's show you around the city. I have a particular building of interest in mind that you might like. It's where I will unveil you to the crowd tomorrow as the new Guildmaster of the arena. Yes, this will work. And no one's here to tell me no. So, shh. Salix pushes his finger against Legion's lips. Shh. Just let this happen. No one's around to tell us no. You will be a great guild leader. A great guild leader. You can punch things and fight things all day. So let's go show let's go look at the festivities. Let's do that. That's what we're gonna do. And Salix doesn't ask, but he kind of pulls Legion along as he heads towards the
Legion
location.
doesn't budge at all when Salix tries to pull him, but after like a split second, he allows himself to be pulled.
You see, this is the kind of cooperation I like. I know why we were friends.
Wish to see these gladiators of yours. We are curious about those who fight for spectacle and not for the glory of fighting itself.
I mean, that's all semantics, really, when you get down to it, because at the end of the day, when you're fighting for spectacle, you're kind of fighting for your glory. It's, you lose your glory. It's semantics, whatever. Anyway, we are going to go look at the location of the ball tomorrow. And yeah, so let's do that. And after that, we will show you all of the gladiators. There's about 160 of them, so I mean, you can have your pick and spar with whoever you want. They'll fight as long as you tell them to, because you're the new Guildmaster. You can do that. You're the boss. Say it with me, Legion. I'm the boss. No one can tell me what
You're
to do.
the boss.
No,
one
no.
can tell you what to do.
No, Legion. Legion is the boss. Say, Legion is the boss.
Legion just chuckles and keeps walking with him. He claps him on the shoulder.
All right. So, Sailix is definitely going to utilize showing Legion around as being the next in line for the Guildmaster of the arena to try and secondhand
his head behind him,
to kind of use it as an excuse to second-handedly scope out the festivities for tomorrow.
Okay. So tomorrow you're visiting the Bhetshamtal Estate, or are you visiting tonight?
Oh, they're visiting right now, like tonight.
Right now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you're
Oh,
heading on
I
out.
thought
Any
you were going to go fight.
That's after. We have to work first, and then we get to treat after. You're putting the carrot before the stick, my guy.
That's where the carrot goes.
On the other end.
The stick.
Legion, do you
Before the stick.
You travel with Sailix, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Cross town to the Bhetshamtal Estate. Telepathically, are you informing people about where you're going, Lavendil?
I mean, Sailix is like probably over the telepathic connection. Hey guys, since everybody left me and Legion alone in the safe house, I'm just gonna go and scope out the city. We are going to look at a building that I'm going to announce Legion being the new Guildmaster tomorrow. I hope everybody supports this choice, as Legion will be a great addition to the leadership in this city.
Sailix,
All right.
what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck
And when Legion says no, because it's through the telepathic bond, it's like several dozen no's kind of stacked up on top of one of each other.
I'm just having some fun. Anyway, see you guys later.
Legion, you follow
Legion seems
Sailix?
very amused. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. See, Legion is having a great time.
Okay.
He thinks Mr. Sailix is very funny.
Right. Vesparin, what's your move for the night? What's the best play here? Now that you've pocketed that note.
Let's see. So does she at this point have guards and stuff on her payroll?
Some. It's hard. You don't have eyes on every corner of the city, but you've got a couple to bribe when you need.
Because I feel like she would bribe some guards to hold him for disorderly contact for the next 3 days.
Disorderly.
Drunk and disorderly conduct. He roughed up some of her girls, and she definitely has a few that would swear to that fact.
Okay. All right. Well, let's make a society check or a diplomacy check to try to pull those strings. I want to ask Rune, what's your plan for the night?
Well, once he's healed
And then
up
she'd head back to the same house, sorry.
Corvus. Once he's healed up Corvus, he'll exit the mansion and leverage his 2 ravens to garner some general information about whatever they can find on the attendees, the location, the goings-ons about it, what's being said about the auction for tomorrow, and mainly trying to get a lay of how much or how many sigils he'll need to lay down for his ritual. Aside from that, he will simply let everyone know that he is back in the city via telepathic bond. And once he realizes that Sailix and Legion are no longer there, he is particularly interested in what they've gone off to do.
We wanted to punch.
Sailix doesn't
Telepathically,
say
you
at
can
all.
speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can speak to them right now as they mosey on over.
Mr. Lavendil, Legion, where did you find yourselves off to?
We found ourselves off to rehearsing the entrance of the new guildmaster of the arena to the rest of the leadership of the city at the most prominent ball tomorrow. So that's where we're going. I'm sure we should be able to rehearse some things, being as it is city business that everybody knows about this.
I presume then you've chosen not to wait for finding a new guildmaster then.
Oh no, Legion will do fine, and then it's Legion's problem. He can find a new guildmaster. But what
see.
If deadpan can just 1,000 voices of just absolute deadpan come through the telepathic bond, that's what you're getting.
But I am made aware that once you have been named a guildmaster, you are always a guildmaster. So you retain the same rights even though you don't have the same responsibilities. So even though I am a fleeting guildmaster, only one of a few days or a week, I don't know how long it's been, but
should
I will
we
still
not
be
kill
a
you,
guildmaster
Mr.
nonetheless.
Sailix, to be in tradition?
There is someone who knows about our heist.
Huh?
Excuse me?
They have orders to do something with our heist. And I am having them arrested. Or at least put somewhere where we can talk to them.
Fair enough. And where's that?
Do I have an idea of what specific, random, cell area my people would send them? Assuming it works.
Yeah, there's a number of places you could hold somebody. It hardly matters. It's the one closest to Senja's barracks, so she can keep an eye on things, as well as a couple of other flipped guards.
Cool. She would give them, the location via telepathy, just, giving this idea.
And when should we be there?
What I'm too fucked up to tell how time works right now. How long has it been right now?
What?
A few moments at best.
Oh my god, really?
Great so.
I thought it was 900
Where are
years.
you, Vesparin?
Where are any of us, really?
Oh,
Just show us a
Erasmus
picture of your
tits,
surroundings.
we don't
is all.
have time.
Just share a little image of your surrounding is all.
You get literally like a pinpoint from like in the realms of the maelstrom in space.
I was
You are
gonna say,
here.
like, she gives like an image of where she is right now. You know, in the, you know, basically walking back to the safe house, kind of. But like, it's kind of like there's like mushrooms and like flowers sprouting out of like everything around her. It's just all colorful and wobbly.
From the nearest alley, Rune will walk to saddle up beside her. Hello, Vesparin.
Hello, wizard.
What brought this about?
What are you talking about?
The Pesh. I've never known you to be one to use it so early before a job. But maybe I don't know you as well as I thought. Always a possibility.
I was feeling so many things, and I couldn't do the job anymore. So now
Sailix
I feel
remembered you, didn't he? He remembered then. Less now.
There's too many things, Rune. But it doesn't matter, it's okay. I don't know why you're making a big deal about it. You are a flock of one, right?
I am a flock of
Well,
one
what do
because
you
my
care
family
anyway?
left me. I am not a flock of one because of the unforgotten.
But I thought we were your family. And she would just like boop him on the nose.
The unforgotten are very close to me, yes, without a doubt. But there's a difference, particularly with the family I once had.
Harun, someday you are going to look back and be very sad.
I already am.
You would choose to push people away, and I don't know why. They're right there.
Who do you? You've
That's
chosen
I
take
I
Pesh
don't
to
have
forget.
anyone.
Oh. So what are the unforgotten to you then?
At this point, I don't even know anymore. I just keep walking forward.
I see. So we're not your family either then.
You just told me we weren't.
I never said any such thing. Are you saying a name? A name? A title? I came up with because I was hurt by the actions and choices I made to push away my family. My blood family. That is something I must deal with on my own. The unforgotten, well, there's more to us than just titles.
That's where you're wrong, Rune. Words and names have power, and so many unintended consequences when you don't realize who is listening.
That's fair. So why did you give us up then?
I'm just trying to protect myself.
From us?
From being hurt.
Oh. How about we just go bury you? It'll be easier that way. It's very funny. You of all people are trying to hide from being hurt. I would think you knew that's not possible. You could give yourself a new name tomorrow. You could change what you are with a drink of a potion, a flick of a spell. You'll be hurt the very next day. The day after that, the day after that. Pain. Which is part of life. You have a long life to live, by all accounts.
I don't even know what I am anymore.
You notice the Zephyr Guard do approach the location of the drunk man that you've sought the arrest of. Of course, there's a familiar face. You know, your little inn here. Senja, marching forward, head straight into the tavern. Then silence for a while. You say anything?
So who is this person?
He's some drunken douchebag who knows way too much about me. And she would show him the note with the order.
And what does the order say again? Sorry.
Where is it? Arif, the heist is in 2 days. Find me. There's no way we can miss this and return to Andoran, lawful or not. Signed, Rampart.
Who is that?
You hear a large smash come from inside the tavern, followed by some screams.
I don't know, but I want to kill him.
Light pools out as the doors opened again.
Well, we cannot have the Vesparin be as drugged up as her daughter is. So, he will cast Restoration.
Rune, I'm going to say this once and only once. Do not compare me to Agi ever again.
Then do better.
Fuck right off.
No.
One of the two Zephyr Guard, carrying Arif, spits blood out and a tooth. You can see by the way the bottom of his head sort of sways, the jaw must be dislocated. Yet they're carrying this Andron man. Senja's there as well. The other half of this arrest being performed, you can tell that they've made a turn. They're headed straight towards the closest holding cell they can find to ensure that he rots in there for a little bit. What do you guys do?
Does Rune take it back?
No. He just says no.
Okay. Then you can handle this on your own. And she leaves.
Your choice, Vesparin. Rune will watch where they have taken the individual.
It's just a little holding cell, about 3 blocks away. They tell him to rot on any level of hell that he would prefer. They taunt him about maybe throwing away the key and letting him starve, but ultimately they scrawl out what primitive paperwork they have and call it a day. You'll notice your informant, rather the Vesparin's informant, who you also aided in the saving, she's sort of waiting outside, expecting somebody, probably, since this was an inside job.
Rune will pass through some shadows and come out the other side looking like one of the guards. Using a humanoid shape.
Do you have a check you can make to try to pass, or are you trying to, are you okay with her knowing?
No, I can do a deception check to impersonate. Although it's not impersonating a specific person, but it's just a general deception check. This will be...
Oh! Okay. All right. So that's a plus 20 to that? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so humanoid shape is similar to most spell disguises where you get 4 plus your cast or your level added to it.
Okay, so that's a plus 44 total to your roll.
Yes.
Essentially. Okay, yeah. So with a 54, I would say, you're quite fine. Which is absolutely nuts for a check. I don't think we've had a number that high so far. Yeah, first thing she's gonna say, just don't kill him. It's my order. But other than that, she doesn't really matter if you're looking to just let some violence out on a drunk and disorderly prisoner. After all, it would be out of place for her to tell you not to. So if you're headed in, she'll let you do so.
He is. Yeah, he is.
All right. Okay, what do you do as you enter?
Wait for any of the other guards to leave if they've finished their business here, mainly.
Yeah, one's kind of pissing in a corner. The other one is carving something into the desk. They look like they're going to be here a while, unless you just want to tell them to leave. You could also speak to Arif. He's really just on the other side of the cell there.
Yeah, he'll pull a stool over.
All right.
Hello. What's your name?
Arif looks up and you can see that the front of his shirt is just stained in blood. Sure, if you look at the paperwork, they'll tell you.
I could, but you're right here and you're awake. So what's your name?
Gives this mock salute. Arif.
Arif. And what brings you to this town? Arif, something about a fishy elf?
You know my fishy elf?
I don't know. Tell me more about them. Why are you looking?
He's sort of just sitting on his ass in the back of the cell. Just shaking his head. I mean, how hard is it to find a sea elf in the fucking desert?
Oh, a sea elf. Well, that's a bit different than a fishy elf.
Fish elves, sea elves, they're all wet, aren't they? Lay around
They
in the
tend
water
to be a
in the
little moist
ponds.
under the gills, maybe.
Gills, I didn't think about the gills.
Question still stands. Why are you looking for them?
If I tell you these things, it's gonna get me out of here sooner.
I mean, there's always a chance of something, right? What have you got to lose?
Sort of leans forward on his knees, looking at you very unsteady, his eyes just glassy. Because I know how things fucking work here in Katapesh.
Been here a while, have you?
I've heard the rumors. Making slaves of anyone who comes in here. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not gonna
you
fucking
know,
talk to
slavery
you.
isn't allowed here.
Now you're just talking out your ass. I might be dumb, but I'm not that.
His name is it Rampart? Does that mean anything to you?
You threatening me?
Would the name Rampart threaten you?
As fast as a drunken man can, he is on his feet, stumbling over to the bars, just kind of running into them, actually. Not really able to be steady.
With that,
You know where they
the
are.
desk chair will scoot back as the guard in the back corner just
Rune
like
raises-
pushes a glass bottle towards you, the other guard. At least that's what this guard thinks. Says, break it on the floor. If he attacked you, you had to defend yourself.
Oh, completely understand. Thank you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just a little feisty, that's all. So what does it mean to you, that name?
He's just glaring at you. Almost
See.
refusing to talk.
Anduin? Does that name ring a bell too?
What the fuck do you want?
I want to know why you are here looking for a sea elf. That's what I want to know.
I told her, you know, just trying to chase after an old girlfriend.
They would never date you.
So you know my sea elf.
Oh,
Just want to know why you're looking for
bust
them.
the wall down and choke him to death.
As far as I know, that CF belongs to, we'll just say one individual. Sadly, they're no longer with us. So they're not yours. And I know that for a fact.
Fact.
Why are you looking for them then?
Are most guards in Katapesh, most of them are fighters, aren't they? Are there really wizards in the ranks?
That's quite rare. That wizard's got to be in a lot of debt if that's the case.
And I'm assuming, are the gel cells any type of anti-magic on them?
No. In fact, they don't think he's capable of that, so no, they've made no they've taken no precautions.
And is Rune just how is Rune standing like outside of his cell?
Well, he was sitting until he charged at the cell, at which point he sort of stood up and is now just leaning about, I don't know, maybe 3 feet away or so against the wall.
I'll tell you why I'm looking for the wizard, or the sea elf, if you tell me who you are.
Oh, I asked first. Fair is fair. I'm more than happy to answer your question, though.
Are you?
I am.
You see, we need to build some sort of rapport together, some sort of something to go off of. How do I know, once I tell you that I'm looking for the sea elf, that you're not just gonna walk right on out of here?
Well, I mean, to be completely transparent, you don't. And nothing's really going to change that, even if I tell you who I am. So, I will tell you, if you explain to me why you're after the sea elf, or why you're looking for them, I'm more than happy to tell you who I am.
You like literally see the gears turning in his head.
Again, you're stuck in the cell, at least by all accounts. Maybe when you're sober, you've got options.
Yeah.
Could be a way out.
Maybe when I'm sober, I'll remember why I'm looking for the sea elf too.
Right? Is that how you prefer to do this, then? I mean, come on, mate. Just a question.
Looking for any sea elf, I'm looking for any... He's like silent for a moment. I go by the name The Vesparin.
Yeah, I know.
I don't fucking know why I'm looking for her. I was told to look for her.
Working for her.
Looking.
Oh,
See,
looking.
sometimes
Fair.
my words slur together, but...
No, it's totally fine. I understand. You've been drinking. you were told to look for.
You look like
by
you need a
this.
drink too.
Yeah, maybe. Business first, then drinks. But you still haven't told me why
Somebody's
you're looking
re-entered.
for.
Behind, you know that to be Quicksilver. The Zephyr Guard. Just watching you. Waiting to speak with you.
One moment. He turns and heads over to Quicksilver.
Step out, please.
Yes, of course.
Sir. What the hell was that?
Asking questions?
Yeah. Well, I'm seeking to detain him. You're making us quite uncomfortable, you see. I don't know why you're sent here, but I'm going to need to ask you to leave. We'll take it from here. Trust.
I mean, I suppose you'd prefer me not to ask questions then. And Rune is going to attempt to use his telepathy against Quicksilver.
Okay.
She can make a just that the Vesparin has chosen to step away for now. I'm simply trying to get some information.
Who is this?
The constable. Who else?
Of course. It hardly matters what you do. The way I hear it, they're more like him. The Eagle Knights, they're here because somebody's captured. They're up for auction. At the time, well, it seems you'll be there as well.
We'll see how this goes off. The Vesparin wasn't too happy. Would you still like me to leave then?
You know, I think I would. Isn't it tomorrow,
Right.
Constable?
It is.
You're running out of time.
We are.
Look, I'll focus on the Falcons. You do what you need to do, okay?
Find out who Brampert is.
I'm already a step ahead of you. It's Arif's boss. They're headed to the estate either way.
That part I knew. I just need to know who they are.
They're looking for their captain. I think they were captured. Being held for auction, but I can't confirm.
All right. That would explain why they're looking for V. Interesting. Good to know. Good talk. Thank you. Is Arif... Would Arif like to make a will save?
Let's do it.
Be a 36 DC. Hold on. Is it a 36? I think it's a 36. 38. Sorry. 38.
Oh.
Mmm.
Oh.
Didn't make it.
In Arif's head. If you are looking for the Vesparin, just let me know. I can help. Feel free to respond.
Who's offering help?
I'm known as the Constable here in Katapesh. I go by other names, other places.
What other names?
You haven't earned that
Do
one
I know
yet.
anything about people in Katavish?
Suffice to say, at least the last time I heard, last time I knew, I was at least a reasonable friend of the Vesparin. I believe you might be looking to help people escape.
Yeah.
Who?
Do I have to lose any more? Basically, the entire contingent sent here from Andrin.
Oh.
Captain and a dozen other men and women.
All right. Give me some time. It's good to meet you.
Don't leave me in here.
I have to for now. Don't worry. Sober up. Rune will walk away.
Cross town, a sentimental Sailix with a job to quit is pulling Legion in tow. Legion is humoring him. And it seems as you're arriving at the estate, somebody's soon to join. Sailix, what would you say to Legion as you approach this sprawling estate? A massive building. You're smart enough not to try to go poking directly inside of, but otherwise you could kind of see through all the windows.
Sailix will kind of, for Legion, and just as much for Legion as for the guards surrounding it, he will be like, as the new guildmaster for the arena, this is where we will meet tomorrow to announce your ascension to the guildmaster role. And it will be in there when we make the announcement and regale everybody with your ruggishly good looks and everything else like that. Now come around here and I'll show you where the courtyards are and the back entrance are for the slave entrances and things like that, and so on and so forth.
Can I
Blah,
be
blah,
essentially
blah.
casing the joint and like memorizing all of the like guard rotations and things like that while we're doing this?
Yeah, that's the reason Sailix is doing this. Like,
Yeah, just wanted to make sure it was said out loud. I'm walking very slowly and patiently with my hands behind my back. You know, very... Yes. Very good, Mr. Sailix. Yes. No. No, that will not be happening.
right,
And the guard tower there.
right. At one point, Sailix will come up to their guards like stationed outside, right?
Yeah, there are, and they've been watching you because you two are uncomfortably close to an estate that I don't know if you've ever seen like a town ahead of a big event or gala and presentation. There's just people in and out all the time, setting stuff up, and they're being watched very closely. You can see a couple of mages, maybe a couple of golems inside. There's like a double staircase. It's amazing in there. You're out here and you're being watched by 2 guards out at the front.
So
what do you
this
do?
is what I'm going to try to do. Seeing as how Legion has kind of caught on to what this whole purpose is, Sailix is going to try and walk in a bit and like have Legion by his hand, and knowing that the guards will stop them, because if they're worth their salt, they'll stop them. Sailix will kind of whip Legion out a little bit further so he can get a better look at what all is inside. So that is my immediate plan.
We're dancing.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. A couple of guards will start to head over to you, though. Unless you're really trying to stealth.
No, I mean,
and avoid
Sailix
notice.
like Sailix or Legion aren't like, I guess, aren't trying to stealth, because Sailix is there for the completely truthful thing of he plans on changing the role of Guildmaster over to Legion tomorrow, and he wants to accommodate Legion by rehearsing this speech for the other leadership of Kedepesh beforehand. That way it's not just trying to stumble over ourselves.
All right. Yeah, they're still gonna stride over and give you a few lines of questioning. It seems that they still don't really trust you, Sailix, because they know some things about you. It's quite easy to connect the dots with Godkiller, but do you have anything to bluff about? Maybe, do you feel like you're hiding anything here?
So other than the fact of like what his ulterior motive is here, it actually is like, you know, the best lies are based in truth. And so Sailix is trying to actually show Legion around. Like, hey, look, this guy's not the brightest. Like, if he were to talk to the guards stop him. Like, look, I'm showing my next person to take the mantle of Guildmaster the ropes. We plan on revealing it tomorrow to the rest of Kedepesh and all of the leadership around that will be assembled at this fair establishment. Now, if you will please allow us to rehearse this, we won't be a bunch of bumbling idiots and have to put your names on blast when it comes up. Because, trust me, I am aware of how particular the tastes are of the leadership in this town.
Legion tries to look as like swole and as intimidating as possible, without looking like overtly intimidating.
Right. So you are to be the Guildmaster,
Oh,
is
I
that
do have
true?
a
A handsome man with fine regalia in yellow, plenty of jewelry to boot, and a wonderful cloak. Quite handsome. But he looks at you. You're to be the next Guildmaster, is that true? See you, Legion.
That is his wish. We have not.
We have not
formally
established terms.
Accepted.
He wants to see
This is
how the
quite short
unveiling
notice.
ceremony will go. Right, and so was my
Mr.
choosing the
Sailix is quite
Guildmaster.
persistent.
Word of advice, Godkiller. And while he's saying this, Vespa, if you would like to make your little your action here to scout the place is
Yeah.
let's see, scout the facility. It's stealth check and it's not that high.
Sweet.
Let's hope
so
you get
over,
this.
Yay!
over
telepathy, you basically hear her go like, excellent job. Keep them talking, please.
Okay. Well, you have got an edge point now. With that critical success. A little bit more on how edge points work later. We'll be using the infiltration rules from the Gamemastery guide. But,
Do you want me to add that to hero points, or how do you want
yeah.
to do that?
Yep.
Okay.
It'll be within hero points. But
Okay. And we still start with 1, right?
yes, also make a perception check for
Okay,
me.
cool. Okay.
Yeah, you'll notice just as he's turning around to head back. I'll get to it in a second. Yeah, this man is speaking. He's really quite charming. Do me a favor, dear God Killer. Don't introduce this tomorrow. It's far too early. He hasn't agreed yet. Besides, your
right.
invitation has been confirmed, yes?
It should have.
Let's not upset anyone.
Right. Well, if you have access to the invitations, please do add a +1 to my list, because I would like to accommodate my second in command here as fast as possible to be able to take over my role.
Legion.
Right. I would rather to accommodate Legion here as much as possible to be prepared to take over the role in full as Guildmaster.
Of course. Of course. And in only Abadarian virtues, I ask, and he's going to turn, surely this will be between our clerics, mine and your own, but tickets to the auction, they fetch a high price, a price your assistants, I'm sure, know. Pay admittance. Surely enough, you'll have your +1. I suggest, for the sake of your reputation, and there's a sense of like mock empathy on his face, do get rest. If you have any questions about the estate, I'll be here early.
Right. I do look forward to seeing you here bright and early. I'm sorry, what was your name again?
Jellic. Jellic the Demon, and
Right.
he'll shake your hand.
Right, Jellic. Sailix will shake it. He won't squeeze too hard, just a regular firm handshake. He will kind of pull him in a elven Kionan embrace and like pat him on the back. And while their heads are next to each other, he'll be like, "You may call me Mr. Lavendil, Jellic. God Killer is reserved for those that I slay in the arena. I don't want to see that fate for you."
Very well. He'll turn to head out. Vesparin, that name has a lot of significance to you. You're not far enough to like interrupt, and I doubt you would want to really bump into him right now. You saw him at the tea party. Jellic Jazeman is the spokesperson of the Scarlet Triad. And in a lot of ways, he's running the auction tomorrow. But as he moves into the estate, doors sort of close. You've managed to really like figure out the floor plan roughly. You know that the building has an attic, which you could theoretically access from the roof somehow. You know, there's no windows or anything, but what's slipping through a little bit of matter, you know. It also has a basement, you can tell, with no entrances from the outside, and then of course 2 floors. Wonderful estate. But is there anything else you're trying to do here, Vesparin?
So I guess, first of all, like, are there, like, back entrances and, like, servants' quarters and stuff? Or, like, servants' passageways, I mean? Like, when they get a delivery, for example, like, they're not bringing it in the front door.
Yeah, so there is a back entrance for cooks and caterers, indeed, as it would be likely somewhat easier as long as they don't anticipate you. But if they're expecting the Unforgotten, they might be keeping an eye on the back door more than the main entrance. Even it really depends on where the diviner is.
So yeah, and that's the next question is like, do I see the diviner or have an idea
Nope.
where she would be staying? Like, is it possible do they have like laundry hanging out?
Not at this estate, no.
Dang it.
It's really
okay.
luxurious here.
Well, so like, I mean, like, you know, again, like, by like where the servants are and stuff, like, no, like, maid uniforms or in cook uniforms or like anything, just like in a bag waiting to be like washed at the big place.
Yeah, it looks like the laundry here is processed magically. And you can tell by the way that the ribbons are tied in the crates that move in. Their linens come from a place across town. Katapesh is very smelly, and as a result, they would want to clean clothing magically so as to digitate any odors and then augment it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Then I guess, like, if I can see if there's any, with, like, detect magic and stuff, if I can get a feel if there's any magical traps or alarm spells or anything on, like, the windows and doors of the various places around the estate, that would be awesome. You know, again, basically you're trying to get as much information about defenses as you can.
Yep. You see a lot of locks, but you don't detect traps as you're scouting around. No.
Okay. Do I sense any magical stuff, or is it just like regular locks and things?
There are magical traps, yes.
Okay. Alright. Then yeah, I mean, I guess, assuming there's nothing else that I can discover, with the rolls that I got and the level of scrutiny and detail she's getting, then she would, tell the boys in telepathy that, like, she's good to go. She has what they need,
and thanks for the distraction.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Thanks for keeping an eye on Angelic Jazeman so you can flit around.
Yeah.
All right.
Sailix. So with that, Sailix kind of pats Legion on the back. And he's like, looks like we won't be seen inside tonight, big guy. Let's go. Well, I mean, if you really want to fight, you can. But keep in mind, we got to rest up for tomorrow. Big day.
Would not be wise to fight today. I will follow
my
you.
Own heart.
Sailix.
Knows when to say no. Or wait.
These are not
like
the
to
ones
praise you a
to
little
fight.
bit more. Well, how about we make a grand exit? With that, Sailix was like, let's see how high you can jump. I'll catch you before you come down. Promise. And he'll fly off real quick.
And yeah, Legion leaps after him.
Just to kind of make
With a
like
chuckle.
an extra show to try and give, like, if Vesper needs any additional help getting out, which she doesn't, but to make sure all eyes are on the spectacle that is Sailix and Legion.
I do have cloud jump.
Yeah, no, I wasn't,
Which is lots of
like,
fun.
we don't actually have to roll anything. We could just narrative that.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like, yeah, I do have cloud jump, so it's a good like 60 feet.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. He can jump higher than Sailix can fly, like... Or, I mean, like, in one motion. So he can jump 60 feet, Sailix can fly 40 feet up. So he's like, I'll catch you on the downswing, man. Like, it's cool. But other than that, if we have everything we need, I'm fine to end the night and start the beginning of the next day. I don't know if anybody else is.
Make that 96
Yeah.
feet, and yeah, I'm good.
96 feet.
The only thing we would do is probably try to help whoever needs forgeries for disguises. So let me know if you want me to roll that or not.
All right. Did you have something, Legion?
No, I'm good. Just did
All
my
right.
Incredible Hulk jump into the sun, and away we go.
Beautimus. Delightful. Straight to the hideout. Hopefully not directly into the hideout, but you know. So this is where the fun begins. This is where we begin the heist. We're going to cut to break in probably about 8 to 10 minutes, but not 9. Just kidding. We'll be back. We're going to take a little break, and then we're going to have a day of heist planning before we enter the Bhetshamtal Estate for a little bit of slave liberating. All right, stick around. We will be back. Nope. It's reset. It's reset.
There you go.
Resetty spaghetti.
You're good.
Okay. Hello, welcome. We're back with Pathfinder. Age of Ashes. We've got a heist going on. We got one day to plan it. I want to ask on this fine morning, as we engage with really the finish line here in terms of the legwork phase, what's on everybody's mind? We'll start with Rune. Rune, what's your plan of attack here? Are you trying to get in early? Or are you trying to just wait for the evening lull to try to slide into this heist?
No, we'll wait. He's going to more than happily wait for the evening. He will, however, do his best to return to the jail that Arif was resting in, to see if Arif is still there. And he won't actually go into said jail. He'll be on the outside wall and attempt to leverage Corvus and Mirakai to peer inside to see if Arif is there. And if they are, he'll attempt to telepathy again.
Yeah, well, Arif is there. Yeah.
Okay.
Vesparin, did you have intention to visit as well? Learning maybe what you've learned a bit later into the night? Because you might have beaten Rune to the punch. Yeah. It's up to you, unless you had a...
I can go over there.
Oh, right.
So I just imagine it's one of those cases where, you know, if I may set the scene, it's probably a case where, you know, something wakes Arif up, and, you know, she's just there sitting in the shadows. Hopefully now you are in a place where you are far better conversation than you were last night. My time is short and very valuable, so if you don't say anything interesting that I actually want to hear, then you will have no more of it. Are we understood?
Are you dressed as yourself?
Yep.
Yeah. Arif will sit up, just kind of like rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Vesparin?
Yes. What gave it away?
You're the wet fucking elf I've been looking for? I mean,
Okay,
Sorry.
and now you have wasted my fucking time. Goodbye, enjoy jail.
No. I need your help.
You have the absolute worst possible way to ask for help. Why in the fuck should I help you in any way? What do you have that I could possibly want beyond an awful smell, a terrible appearance, and just the absolute worst insults I have ever heard that are not even clever or interesting? Like, at the very least, you could have been entertaining.
We were on our way to Katapesh 3 days ago. Just got jumped before we could even get into the city. I don't know if hardly anyone made it, but I know that they're at the slave auction. And I know that you're the one person that could help me get in there.
And how, pray tell? Do you know so much about me?
His name Calmont ring a bell?
No.
Well,
What the fuck is a
let's just say
Calmont?
that they know about you.
A lot of people know about me. Why the fuck should I
Oh.
care about this person? How the
But
fuck
it shouldn't
do you know
matter
about
that I know about
Alessandri?
you either.
How the fuck do you know about Alessandri? Calmont is not the name of a seal, nor is it the name of a merfolk. Why the fuck would he know?
Let's just say that I knew someone that knew Kai. I heard about what
Choose your
happened.
next words very carefully.
Not certain if I should speak.
Who is this person who knew Kai?
Brightburn.
And how do you know him?
You kind of see Arif cast his gaze down, looking at his worn boots. I'm the reason that he can't find his son right now. His son knew Kai. And Kai did work with Byron Brightburn family at one point.
I see. And they gave you my name.
Got the gist of it.
What do you and yours have to offer to this? How would I know you're not going to just get in my fucking way?
I know that you're planning a heist. And I know that these slave auctions, they don't just leave their merchandise sitting out. I don't know how much you've planned, but this isn't going to be an easy thing. Any help you can get, you're going to need.
What do you have to offer to me? Because right now, what I see is a sobered up, drunken idiot
who could barely move last night. So again, why would I need your help or want you to be involved in any possible way, beyond just making it harder for me and mine to do what we need to do?
Because I fucking need to save them. And I'm not going to let them get sold off. If you don't want to work with me, then fine. But
Why do you not answer the fucking question? What can you do? What are you good at? I don't know fuck all about you.
wield a sword, I could hold my own in battle. That's what the fuck you're talking about.
Can you at least follow orders?
Yeah.
Cool. Follow me. And she would just, like, open this owl.
Yeah, I guess he would stand up and follow her.
All right.
Did Rune recast telepathy for the day?
He would every day, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in telepathy, she'd be like, alright, I got this fucking idiot. He is a body that we can use to throw at other bodies. I don't fucking know what he does. He is very obtuse and terrible. But again, at the very least, you can just throw him at things that, you know, we want to die. And then we get the things we need and run away.
I could throw
Right.
very far.
That sounds great. So we have about 8-9 hours before the ball. So I say we should all
Sure
meet
do.
up, go over the last minute harebrained schemes that we're about to enact, and get on with our fucking merry ways, shall we? So
Are we meeting up somewhere then?
let's do the camel, 10 minutes.
Very well, Mr. Lavendil.
Oh, the camel.
I'll see you guys there.
So, back across town. We meet in a little half-built pleasure camel, as we've been lovingly calling it. You know, smack dab in the center of Uptown. Intridal is there. People of import are there. No Zephyrguard plants. The timing doesn't quite fit. But Gilroy Nab is there as well. He's returned. He was visiting Breach Hill for a short time. As you arrive, they were discussing matters about, you know, Cypress Point, Sagarak, typical goings-on. They seem kind of concerned, but they let that wash away as you arrive because it's not their time to give you their burdens. It's time to deal with Katapesh. As such, the map of Katapesh is displayed on the largest woodworking table that can be found. It's being used currently for carving and engraving and measuring, but well, nobody's watching, so now they're using it to plan a heist. You have 1 day's worth of downtime to perform any actions you need ahead of walking right into the building. So I want to ask, what do you guys do?
Well, we already scouted out the location, so we can check that off. Let's see. I remember there being...
Yeah, am I
There was, like, a
forging
list of
documents for
stuff.
disguises?
Right.
Ah,
So,
yes.
Legion is coming in with me. I'm going to paraphrase this for sake of RP, so we don't have to go back and forth. Legion, Sailix is going in with Legion as
Hey.
a +1. We scout the facility, so only thing we need to do is secure disguises, forge documents, and maybe gather information for both Arif, Rune. Those are the only two that I know that we're bringing with us. Unless we're going to do the whole thing where we break them in second hand. Like, we get in, then we break them in somehow. Like, Sailix distracts with the Legion announcement, like, hey, surprise, motherfuckers, this is what we're doing anyway. I'm announcing my new Guildmaster. Draws all the attention to one room. Vesparin sneaks off, lets in Rune and Arif, and they sneak on down to the dungeon to do their shit. The only thing that would lead us kind of handicapped on is being Vesparin being downstairs with them and not upstairs being a face with Sailix and Legion.
I do have a 26 to stealth if you want me to go about this any kind of sneakiness. I mean, I'm no Vesparin, but...
Well, so
There's only
basically,
one
I
Vesparin.
thought the original... I thought the original plan was going to be to have Sailix ask to see the, like, slaves and stuff, and then V was going to, like, sneak behind him and then disable stuff for Rune and, you know, Legion and whomever to, you know, sort of, like, come in the back to free the slaves.
And that is a great thing that I had completely forgotten about, and I appreciate you reminding me. So we can do that. Sailix will go down to the dungeons and be like, let me see these damned wares.
And then the other thing that V would communicate to Sailix is that she received a note from her sources in the Courts of Kionin that there is an artifact of great importance to the elves in the vault. So, in particular, since, like, it seems like the Triad are invested and interested in it, she would want to procure that from them.
Okay. With her bringing that up, Sailix will put out there that he thinks raiding the vault would be a good idea, because if this is, or the area where they keep their supplies, I don't know if there's a vault in this area, but if there is a way to hurt the Triad financially along with embarrassing them at the same time, it would be more poignant that way. But if V goes off to empty the vault and Rune and Arif go to emptying or freeing the slaves and getting them out, that might work, while Sailix and Legion play face, which I'm throwing this out there, guys. I love you all, but these roles are real reversed right now. Real reversed.
What if Legion really like pushes back against, you know, Sailix, and they get into a mock like fisticuffs?
Fisticuffs?
You know. Yeah.
As a last ditch effort, if we need to keep people from
if we
going
need a distraction.
downstairs, yeah, like I would completely consent to lead.
It would be. I mean, it could very well bring down the building. So, yeah,
right.
Definitely.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say like bring down the building,
which is not a bad idea in and of itself.
What I would caution there is there are a lot of powerful people in that room.
Yeah, no, there's a lot.
Like, you know,
A
because there's a
lot.
lot of extraplanar entities and stuff like that. So, you know, like,
People die all the time.
there's. Well, yeah, but I'm
Um,
saying, like, you guys might, like, find that.
Legion's been around a
super-
long time. He's like, oh yeah, I forget.
But,
Right.
I planned on
what I was
locking
gonna
the
say.
creatures in the
Oh, go ahead.
building. I planned on
You
said
locking down all
locating
the
the cre-
creatures in the building.
Okay. So wait,
okay.
wasn't
They
the
will not be
original
able to teleport
plan?
away.
Wasn't the original plan for you to teleport away with the slaves, though? Like you to get all the
No.
slaves together and teleport out?
No.
Oh, shit.
But I can now. If you
All
like.
right. I mean, no, I remember now that there's daemons and shit here. So if we lock them down, would it be like able to be done in steps? Like you teleport the people out and then we lock it down afterwards?
No, it takes too long. I would have to
Oh,
set
okay.
the sigils first.
So I mean that's
We
something
also-
that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We also have to worry about getting the diviner out of place. And I had an idea to like, leverage a favor with the Poisoners Guild to try to see if we can get like some of her stuff spiked to at least make some of those initial checks nerfed a bit.
Right. You know, I'm down for that idea because I don't even know where I haven't done any like work on that. Is there anything that you want Arif to do or Arif would contribute, Sam?
Arif would basically just say that there's 4 other falcons that could come and lend their sword.
All right. With 4 of the falcons.
So
Like, are you?
maybe wait, hang on. So maybe like we can forge documents for Arif and the Falcons to go with Kali and be like established people in the guards. So that way then like when Sailix is being shown the like the slaves, there's guards with him or something, and like that could be a thing potentially, because then at least it'll be easier to knock out people there, maybe.
So I like the idea of if we have the 4 guards and Kali go in at like pose as guards, like the 4 falcons and Kali go in pose as guards. We have them set up towards the exits. Then when Vesparin unlocks the cages for all the slaves, the guards can kind of direct them out and turn a blind eye as they run away. They get away, we turn around while Vesparin's robbing the vault, creating a distraction, keeping everybody's focus inside. Rune locks everything down while Arif helps keep it watch his back as he's doing it.
For what it's worth,
So
the way the ritual will work in order to lock them down is each of us will be connected in a way. Each of you has a bit of a skill set that's required to make the ritual work. The one thing I am missing, however, is someone who is savvy socially. I presume Legion is not so savvy.
We can.
Arif, how are you?
Spoken with me, you know I'm piss poor at that.
Well then,
I mean, so what would the check be
What?
for social?
Yeah, what do you need?
diplomacy, but I've already got you two covered because we
Oh.
also need intimidation and we also need
I
crafting.
can intimidate.
Yeah.
But Sailix can't diplomatize very well.
I can diplomatize, thank you. I am trained and I have a plus 23.
Yeah, same.
Only
I mean,
one
it's
per
kind of like
check.
choosing.
You're having me do
Right.
crafting?
I
You're
mean,
the
I'm
only
trained
other
in
good crafter
intimidation.
here.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Only one person per task. You cannot double up.
All right. So this is
Alright.
how it's gonna work.
So, all right, go ahead.
Okay.
The ritual, as Rune presented, kind of the crux here, should ish hit the fan. Sounds like Sailix has a way to get Legion into the building without issue. And then what is bringing Arif and Co. into the building itself?
Is there a way we could have them sneak in during guard shift change, like they just replace existing guards?
That would work indeed with enough maneuvering to help gaslight the guards so that everyone thinks that it's just whatever. There's enough people coming in and out of the building.
I mean, they wear
It should be
helms,
fine.
right?
It's going to be an obstacle. Yeah, yeah. So it's the first
Kill
leg.
the guards and take their clothes.
Yeah, the first leg is just everyone getting in their own way. And then from there, we have to reconvene with a rune about a ritual, a diviner, a vault, and a prisoner. You don't know where to even begin with any of the four of those, so what I will say is it sounds like the mission, as far as you guys have scouted so far, is about infiltration right now. Does anybody have an initial strategy here, or do we take it to the estate where we see how we do and how much awareness we
I do.
might generate?
I do. So, initial strategy being Sailix,
Mhm.
Legion, and Vesparin go in. Mr. Smith teleports to the top of the building with Arif, where they wait for Vesparin to come and let them in to help liberate the slaves. Then Sailix will ask to see said slaves. Vesparin shows up, plays some face a little bit more, make sure she's seen. Then Sailix and Legion go down to see the rest of the wares, and Vesparin unlocks the cages as they leave. Meanwhile, Rune is laying his runes and everything down as he's going. Arif is watching his back. As we get to the final stages, it would really be where Rune and Arif get down to the bottom to open the gate to the cages and tell the slaves in there that, hey, you're free to go. Follow this exact route. And either Arif or Rune can lead them out, or both, because they would need to. The guards are both Falcons and Kali, and they just kind of usher them out, and then bam, bam, boom. As soon as your monkey's your uncle, slaves are free. Vesparin's robbed the vault, and Legion and Sailix have made fools of themselves.
All right.
Legion has made a fool of you.
Well,
If everybody's cool with that, that's all I got.
Am I able to go talk to the poison person and, is it possible to just do that with less checks or something like that, or do you want to roleplay it all out? Because I'm trying to help work with you.
looking to poison this diviner. You can poison the diviner with a number of poisons. Not gonna need to talk to that one person in particular.
Well, I want to do that plan that we had talked about with the nightmare assaults.
Then let's get Arif in. Yeah, we'll hand wave it as long as you get the first thing successful, which is getting Arif and the fighters in through the back door. I imagine you have to be first to enter here. So why don't we start the heist entering in through the kitchen?
Sounds good. Who's going to the kitchen? Would
Vesparin
be Vesparin,
Yeah.
Rune,
and the Steel Falcons.
Arif? Oh, okay.
So, yeah, Rune, are you looking for a different way into the building? Are you looking with a disguise and a forgery, or what's your way in?
Well, Rune has a couple of ways in. He can either do humanoid shape at a high level to hopefully get past the diviner, or alternatively, he can do pest form, similarly high level, and just sort of crawl his way in.
Okay. Through the sewage. Sounds like that takes you to the basement, but I would like you to make a stealth check for this endeavor. Like that be your
alright.
way in. Beyond pest form, you have to cast magic to have a disguise, is that correct? Or do you have a disguise for when you return to your true form?
So for the he would do the spell prior to getting near the area. So he would do pest form a ways away, and then enter into the area as the pest, just to make that a little bit easier. And then once inside, it would be humanoid shape. Once he gets an eye on what some of the people look like, to then blend in from there, which would be the deception check for the disguise.
All right. Arif, Vesparin. Timing with a guard rotation as well as the influx of caterers in this back entrance to the grand estate. We're going to take this with... you can smuggle them in if you would like, but it sounds like it's really just a matter of blending in, which is going to be a stealth check. Unless you have some way to make a distraction that gets past just the bulk of people coming in and out of the kitchen. A total of 4 people. 5 people.
If I made a distraction, would that help them with their stealth checks?
It will.
Okay.
Which would be
So we'll
deception,
say...
or you have an ability?
Yeah, I have legendary deception. And also the various feats for that stuff. But I was gonna say, basically, like, V is probably dressed like one of the caterers walking with the guards. And so,
All right.
like, you know, probably just, like, carrying, like, you know, trays or something, like, some amount of things that seem appropriate, and just, you know, drops them all over the place or something like that. So just creating this loud calamity for, you know, but, like, playing up that, like, super innocent, like, I'm so sorry, like, please, like, don't tell anybody about this, like, I'm working really, really hard, and this is my thing, and I'm, like, my family's depending on this, and I can't lose this job.
Arif, make a stealth check
Oh,
here.
God. Can I, reroll that? Or, spend
So,
one of my edge points?
this means you fail the obstacle, but if you spend an edge point, you succeed with the obstacle instead.
Okay. I would like to spend an edge point so I succeed. So that way it helps them.
All right.
There you go.
And, okay. Well, Arif, your stealth check isn't going so great here. You didn't enter fully without being recognized. That's all that I will say. So to recap, Sailix's identity being known is an awareness point from the beginning. Legion being announced as an attendee has raised the awareness by 1. And then for each obstacle, whether we succeed or not, the awareness will slowly start to rise regardless. We're at 4 awareness total. But everybody is in the building. Let's bring in Sailix and Legion. You enter through the front door, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
And Legion looks a little different. Everyone is used to seeing Legion barefoot and shirtless, just kind of this monk attire that he generally wears. This time he's wearing appropriate, like, robes of state for someone that would be accompanying a guild master. He's fully dressed for the first time you've ever seen him, with kind of some gold and silver embellishments around the trim of his garments. He looks good for a party.
Wonderful.
Sailix is wearing. It looks like he let Poppy dress him. He's wearing like a full-on tunic with like the sleeves and everything buttoned out. At some point, he did get kind of angry and ripped the sleeves off of it because he's not about.
Yeah,
that
Legion
sleeve
doesn't have
life.
sleeves either.
The guns cannot be hidden. That's all I'm saying. These are not concealed weapon permits.
No, can they like flex next to each other a little bit?
Right.
When they walk in,
at
they do
some
like the
point-
back-to-back pose.
Really
at
fun
some
entry.
point, Sailix does have a. He did notice that he's wearing he has a pendant, and this pendant is a raven's claw clutched around a red jewel. He's not sure when he got it, but it's there, and it's now hanging from his neck, just kind of glowing slightly.
Massive, 6-armed, purple, sapient, humanoid creature, probably not planar, stops you at the gate. It really looks like the guards outside are just decoration because these Kalakongs are really running the show, it seems. One of the 6 arms extends for a copy of an invitation to read. You have one, Sailix?
Sailix kind of lifts it up. Reading glass and goes. He is 200 years old, please.
Without speaking, just sort of points to what's essentially just a really beautiful estate. Double staircase up, statue of a massive iron sort of golem, sort of gargoyle type creature. It's not really sure. It's high art, but everything about this place is dripping in that sort of decadence. A lot of people here, some faces you might recognize, people chatting, communicating about really a whole lot of nothing. After all, nothing matters to them. They're all just rich nobles, right? Some guild masters among them. I want to ask, Rune, as you entered into a basement. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, yeah. Through a pipe. You can hear the distant music. Would you risk being down here alone, or are you seeking out the ritual? What's your first step?
Well, so his first step is just to kind of get an eye on the crowd as best he can, so you can start to envision the appropriate shape or form that he needs to take once he goes humanoid, so as to appropriately blend in.
Well, the obvious answer would be Kelishite. or Kadiran, or maybe Gurundi.
Kalashite sounds fine. He can speak the local
All
language fairly well.
Yeah.
So yeah, he will find a reasonably sized, quiet spot and cast the humanoid shape spell again to look like a rather generic Kalashite with the appropriate clothing for the evening.
Okay. So what I will ask is that we take this as an obstacle.
Fair.
I would like you to don this disguise. Which I imagine it might just be giving you a bonus to your deception check to use a disguise. But make a disguise check.
It would be 4 plus my level to my disguise.
Oh yeah, you should be doing just fine.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, 51. Yeah, that's a critical success. Our awareness
51
decreases.
I would like to say that Sailix would notice that after dealing with the 6-armed large humanoid, Legion appears about 6 inches taller than he did when they walked in the room and about 50 pounds heavier. And he's giving them the, like, I could take him kind of strut, even though it's no way. But that does put Legion at about 7 foot 3 inches, which is likely taller than most of the crowd.
Okay. Very well. Very well.
As
Vesparin.
Eriyn would say, quit your dick swinging and get fucking back down here with the rest of us.
What's up?
So you're in now, and you've got the firepower. Should it hit the fan, you could just tell these Steel Falcons to do violence until you had a break. So, but it sounds like from the telepathy that all of your friends are here. Where's your first destination? There's a diviner here somewhere. There's a vault here somewhere. And then, of course, there's socializing.
I want to figure out how to poison the diviner's stuff.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Yes. So, in the kitchen, come to find some of that salt you've been investigating has made its way around here. Should you memorize the route, the trip, or take over the job of caterer by force, you could sweep through, figure out who the diviner... All you need to do is figure out who the diviner is, and then deliver that food, which means keeping an eye, and then also replacing whoever is handing out appetizers on this fine evening.
So question, so in telepathy, she would ask Sailix and Legion to let her know where the diviner is sitting in the main room. And then my question, Ian, is if I know, since she's dressed like a caterer right now, is it possible to, when she figures out what plate is going to the diviner, is it possible to just pull a, like, oh, hang on a second, just like a bit of garnish or whatever, and then use thievery to, like, dump some of the salt on there that way?
So let's go over to figure out why you can't. You're speaking to probably the closest people involved, Sailix and Legion. Really, everyone's just gathered in this atrium, so there is like a large crowd presence here. Now we need to figure out, oh Sailix, oh Legion, who the diviner is.
And is there a seating chart
in the kitchen. Cause like there's
There-
usually
ooh.
like table assignments and stuff like that for the wait staff so they know
That's
where they're going
good.
and who's assigned to what.
That, yeah. It's interesting you mentioned that because, come to find, as you're scouring the notes, they took great caution. A lot of these people are quite important, and an assassin loves a plated dinner. Unfortunately, this one is a tested buffet, because a diviner has issue with assassins, but could test the food to make sure things were mundane and that there are no traps. As a result, it looks like they are setting up for a buffet. You won't get a floor plan, but Sailix, Legion, if you were to look for a diviner, what would you do?
Look for someone who is constantly concentrating and unbothered by anything going on around them. Like, if there's chaos going on and constant moving, look for the person who is standing still.
I would think that a diviner would probably be someone of state, and so they would likely have an entourage. Or at least some sycophants kind of hanging on, trying to gain their favor. It is a social situation. They might be a bit more relaxed than they would be at the office, so to speak.
Yeah, two good opposing philosophies. Okay, well, we've got a couple of successes we'll need in order to overcome this obstacle to locate the diviner. So for Sailix, it sounds like it's a perception check, and for Legion, it sounds like it's a society check.
Which I am not trained in.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So it sounds like you might need to get a friend in here.
I think that
I'm gonna
no.
I'm gonna reroll the hero.
Well, so
point
what we'll do
here.
is, yeah, so when you spend your edge point, which is what we have for tonight, a failure or critical failure becomes a success for the purposes of overcoming an obstacle. So,
Okay,
finding
yeah,
the
so
diviner. Yeah.
Spending that edge point.
Excellent. But you, Legion.
Well, I mean, like, I as a player have that idea, but would that even occur to Legion?
I mean, you can make a society
Probably
check.
just... Okay, I'll make a society check. Oh, this isn't going to go well. Oh, I have a stomach ache. 18?
There are people in a society.
Yeah, I mean,
I am in
It's
a
not the
society.
worst.
the assumption is that a
We
diviner is a
are-
powerful mage. Maybe surrounded by some powerful.
I
mean-
we are looking for magic-looking people. Okay.
Sailix, you notice he's being watched by a woman.
Legion.
Yeah, undercut, purple hair, fine white gowns. Standing alone. He's obviously not looking for her, but she's watching him.
Is there dancing at this
Oh
establishment?
yeah, I mean, people are and so off in one corner, it looks like people are debating whether or not there should be dancing this early.
All
Is
right.
there
Asking
drinking?
about well, there's a jester, but they're not really doing anything. They're not ready. They're really truly here just early. And these nobles are harping.
We require ale.
Sailix will kind of side up to Legion, and be like, "Go get yourself an ale. There's an open bar. I'm gonna handle something." And
Yes.
he'll slide up to the woman watching him, and he'll be like, "Hello, ma'am. You look like you were eyeing the dance floor just now, wondering if it's too early to take a dance just now, or if it's just you. So, how about I shorten this? You take my hand, we go to the dance floor, we have a good time, we say fuck everybody else that watches us, have a great time, and we'll have an awesome story to tell afterwards.
Notice the way she turns her head. It's clear to you immediately she is blind in both of her eyes. But she'll smile at you. Before she continues, though, Rune, where do we leave off with you?
Rune had found a quiet corner, and over the course of a few seconds, from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, he shifted. His height changed downward a bit to about 5.5 feet or so tall. He's a little bit more plump, wearing some Kelishite garb, finery that is appropriate for the evening, and at which point he will simply slip into the crowd from where he's at and make his way to the first sigil location.
All right.
Legion is intentionally trying to draw attention to himself, being very kind of boisterous.
Yeah. In a way, it seems it truly did work.
Not like obnoxiously so, but he's, engaging or attempting to engage people near the bar.
Rune, how do you find where to put the beginning of this ritual? Where do you even know where to start?
Well,
Is it a
like
pattern?
all good rituals, there are patterns within the pattern. Taking the overhead, because he is super intelligent like that, of the shape of the building, he will look for a load-bearing pillar or wall or section of the structure in order to begin branding this building for locking dimensional creatures in.
Okay.
I will make a. I'm gonna say I can make a knowledge check of some sort, whether it's crafting, maybe. Figure out where to place it.
Yeah. Arcana, nature, occultism, or religion. So for you, Arcana, I won't tell you the DC, but the overcome is 2. You're going to need 2 successes here. Or,
All right.
a critical success. So let's see what you've got. You've plus 32 to that?
Yeah.
Okay. That, my friend, is a critical success. You found
Thank
a
you.
nice little spot. Yeah. Good support beam. It's funny, from this angle, it looks like this desk was set up to spy on the kitchen. Keep an eye on things. Obviously, the warden or the steward of this estate would sit here to find people to bully in their employ. But there's a great little spot if you're looking to set up a ritual. You do see a familiar steel falcon there in the kitchen. I want to ask, Arif, you're really here to help free your captain, but you're also here as backup if, shit hits the fan. So I want to ask, what's your first step? Oh, sorry, you on telepathy? That's the real question.
I believe he is. So, did Vesparin just leave him in the kitchen by himself?
So
he
the
had a
guard
plan.
wrote. Yeah.
So it's whether or not he's sticking with the plan of like, going with the guards and doing that or doing something super dumb.
No. Right now he is following orders and would be going with the guard.
Okay. Seems the Vesparin is looking for really a way to get to this diviner. And it sounds like we know who the diviner is. It's just a matter of disabling without raising too much suspicion. I will say, Arif, you see Jellic, Jazeeman enters the kitchen in the back. Vesparin, you're aware of this. While you were out, you were looking for a floor plan, only to realize that it's a buffet for the night. Rune, you actually see this from quite far away, because you can see the kitchen from where your desk is, where the manager's desk essentially is situated. Jellic enters the kitchen. First thing he does, he starts to berate one of the cooks. What is this? Fish. Why is there a crunch in the fish? This is a mess. Well, okay, get it, and I will string you up next time. Maybe. Thank you. Rune, do you do anything here, or do you watch?
Oh, Rune just watches. He's got a sigil to make, and we're gonna have rolls once he's done. So
how about Arif? Vesparin? Do we stick to the plan? Because I mean, the night is young. He'll be around.
So I understand correctly. There is not a way to poison the diviner's thing because it's a buffet?
You would have to impersonate a caterer and entice her in some way to want to eat.
Okay.
And as you're spying, by the way, you do notice Sailix is speaking with her.
Alright, I guess I can't really do that anymore. I don't know what to do, guys. Like...
Switch back into Vesper mode. Go fucking shake some babies, kiss some hands, and, go about your, make it known that you were there as the guild leader of the Fleshmonger Guild. And then when the time comes, slip on into the shadows like you do. But people would know you were there.
The only thing that went wrong is that you couldn't poison the diviner. That was it. I mean, everything else with the plan stays.
Yeah, I guess I'll do that. Just go back out.
You can always kill the diviner.
I mean, yeah, I guess I'll come back in as my, fancy guild head disguise.
Vesparin, you got no issue. I'm not going to make you roll for a new disguise. You've got that down pat. As you enter, would you say anything to Our Lady Diviner, who's speaking with Sailix, or are you preoccupied with seeing where he leads her?
Yeah, I feel like she would do her part to, like, schmooze and be visible, but, like, close enough to Sailix to, like, you know, overhear what's being said, I guess.
All right. And Sailix, what is being said?
If she reveals that she is completely blind, he says, if you want, I will make sure the floor is clear for just us. And I will dance with you like the night will never end. But if you want a more private session, I'm sure there is a room off to the side that we can sit and just talk.
You seem quite familiar. May I? He extends a hand sort of up, more towards your face.
He'll help her guide her hands to his face. And as they make contact, he'll just kind of like wince back a little bit as his facial scars come through. And he's like, easy on the goods, darling. It's just me.
If you're looking for a quiet place to talk, I'd much like that.
That I can do. Now, when Sailix made his perception check earlier, when I got that success, did I see any offshoot rooms that were not being, like, rapidly used by the slaves or the help at all that I could kind of whisk her off into?
That's kind of a diplomacy check to gather information.
Oh,
well, really a
killing me
perception
here.
check. I mean, yeah.
So
we're just
can I
for...
phone a friend here through the
You have
telepathic
literally
bond?
yes.
I'm like, I need a quiet room to go into.
Did I get an idea of that from wandering about in the kitchens and
some
stuff?
empty storage rooms, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Even from Rune's vantage point?
From Rune's vantage point, it's kind of a busy spot. It's an office adjoined with the kitchen in the back. There are empty rooms in the basement because you barely explored the basement.
She would, you know, give some mental snapshots of the empty rooms and stuff that she had seen.
All right.
Perfect.
Sailix would lead her to that area. He would also tell Vesparin, he's like, please check in on Legion. I have left him too long at the personal bar. God only knows what he has done.
Legion is very easy to find. He is doing exactly what you expect him to do. He's standing at the bar drinking and regaling a very small group of people with stories of battles long past.
Interesting, because that sparks a sort of an obstacle. This one's called Do I Know You? You're starting, maybe not familiarity, but you're out of place in a way in the stories that you're telling. An inquisitive gnome, you can tell he's here strictly on business for purchasing slaves. He asks pretty pointed questions about why you're here as an outsider. And it's caught the attention of a couple people who stop what they're doing to listen to you answer why you're truly here.
We would love to answer you, but I must relieve myself, and then I will come and I will tell you all you wish to know.
Are you going to attempt a deception diplomacy for that check?
It's probably not a good idea.
So the challenge is presented whether or not you take the check. You can refuse to roll.
What do I see here?
Legion has just been talking up a storm, and it's attracted the attention of a few people.
Well, Legion was
Is it
announced, wasn't he? You said that they knew he was coming.
They knew he was coming, but now... Yeah, but the problem is you don't seem to be here for any reason that makes sense other than that you're taking his job tomorrow. You seem to just be a strong man of some sort. Like a huge, just a big tough guy.
Is it possible for me,
yes,
in the guise of Parvati, the guild leader, to sort of just, like, play the seduction game and, like, pull, like, you know, again, just be a deception, like, make a distraction, and, you know, just like, oh, come on, like, why are you wasting your time with, like, this thing when you could be spending time with me? Just to sort of get him out of that situation.
You can attempt to critically succeed here, but otherwise the awareness is going up. So the awareness is going up, and then if you succeed, the awareness goes down 1, so it's net 0. But this is strange enough that it's caught too many people's attention.
Okay. Should I try it?
I mean, it's either going to go down or you're going to recover 1. As long as you don't fail again, then it'll go down an
You
extra
need
1.
enough time to get to the bathroom.
Hey!
Let's see. I know you barely met it for a critical success. All things are equal. You do notice it attracted the attention of somebody interested about the nature of Legion. It's a certain an Altshal Ga. He owns mines across the plane of Earth. That's all you knew about him in the research going into this event. But he was sort of curious before you distracted him. Back in the kitchen, though, I want to take it over. Arif, you've been keeping guard. You don't see Rune. He's working in the office adjoining the kitchen. The plan, as it stands, is to have a really tight lock on the kitchen, so that way we could poison the diviner. Knock out the diviner and everything gets a little bit easier. Less security. Slight complication, as Jellic returns again. You're still in the kitchen, and a couple of the guards have sort of spread out into the other room, the dining room, the hallway connecting a bunch of bedrooms, etc. Doesn't matter much, but what I will say is in this back room, Jellic's nature starts to dissolve a little bit. He's the spokesperson for the Scarlet Triad, which doesn't mean much to you. Rune, you witness what's going on from an office. As he enters, he's mad again about burned fish, maybe something bland. But you can tell he's really unsettled. First thing he does, Hazy calls out, "Who made this? Why was this prepared?" A young man finally fesses up to having made it. And he ushers him over. "You understand we're not preparing feed for shit shovelers in this city, right? Okay, can you follow orders, child? You've been hired to do that. Besides, you're an adult. You've been an adult. You're just scrawny. Take the pot off the water. Come on. Dump it out." The man complies, dumping out scalding hot water into a trough with just the hot pan. Alex says, "Bring it to me." If you know what's about to happen here, do you interfere? Do you have a distraction? Rune, you could engage here as well. Obviously, he's just high on power and he's ready to throw a fit.
So, does can he see Arif at all or no?
Yeah, Arif is in the kitchen, just watching this happen, masquerading as a guard.
He slowly has been moving closer to what's going on.
And just to be clear, what does Rune believe might happen next?
Well, it looks like Jellic is going to burn this man with the bottom of the pot he was using to cook fish.
All right.
It's like a piping hot saucer.
Yeah.
Does Jellic pick up the pan?
Yeah, Jellic was handed this pot.
As soon as Jellic takes the pot from him, Arif will cast Heat Metal. And it will immediately read that. The target metal becomes red hot for a moment. And it will deal 46 fire damage, 2d6 persistent fire damage, until they drop it.
Okay.
So like the handles of it.
So you don't have a way to conceal a spell. For the purposes of this, while you're in the room, heat metal has at least a somatic component. Yeah, it has a somatic and a verbal component. It's extremely hard to disguise. We can throw out a wild, deception check, maybe? Disguise check. Or you can try to, leave and get out in range, maybe? It's going to be difficult to do it without being seen, having done it, if you're willing to risk that.
Can he, trip over something really loudly while he's doing the spell?
Yeah, so that is essentially a disguise check.
Will it be make a distraction, right? So deception.
Yeah, we could do it. We could do it with deception. Good luck, but we could do it with deception. Unless, Rune, you have something that's faster than 2 actions to interfere with.
That's true.
Faster than 2? No, I have something equal to 2. But that's about it.
All right. Make that deception check, Arif.
There are a limited number of spells that are 1 action.
I'm just gonna throw this in the tower. I'm scared.
Oh, well done. All right. Burns his hand. 9 hells. All right. You stop burning food. This is nothing compared to what Uri would do if this entered his mouth. Thank you. Get it together. He sort of just glares at the rest of the kitchen staff. And, strides out.
Arif will like walk over and pick up the pot that is now not hot, and just kind of place it in the sink. But he gives the cook just sort of an encouraging like squeeze of his shoulder. And then we'll go back to his post.
Rune, that step of the ritual is complete. You've got...
We all have to make a check now.
All right.
For each rune, we
What are
have
the
to make a
checks?
check. So the primary caster check, which is mine, is of a very difficult, I believe. It's good, one step above standard, if memory recalls. Everyone else has to make a standard DC. Everyone knows what roll they're making, I believe. If you don't, let me know.
Real quick, Ian, did you say I got an edge point back from the crit success, or no?
No, the crit success just
Okay.
saved Legion. Yep.
Okay, cool.
All right, so you have both Sailix and Legion as intimidation. Who do you want to make the roll?
It's one or the other. You two get to
Let's
choose.
let Sailix
one
do
or
it.
the
Here's
other.
I mean, my intimidation's a plus 25. Yours is probably higher.
Yeah.
Can I, Ian, make use of Vesparin's distraction to slip away out of line of sight for at all? I mean, I am I have a thing.
You're trying to slip away.
How does that happen?
The
Yeah, I
distraction
mean,
was
I did say I
success.
have to
You
go
can-
to the bathroom.
Yeah, you can slip away with that, for sure. Yep. Rune,
In that case, I would like...
what was that? What was that nat 1, Rune?
I mean, I can't critically fail, but that's not going to really help with the casting of the sigil.
Right.
That's for
Something
damn sure.
he's gonna spend an edge point on.
How many
were you
edge
saying,
points do we
Legion?
have? Do we have?
You've got an edge point.
There are hero points tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me to spend my last one on this?
Let's
Oh, for the
let's do
reroll?
Legion first. Let him finish.
Oh, my Aeon Stone, the Western Star, allows me to cast Illusory Disguise, which is how I grew 6 inches. I would like to lose that 6 inches and then another 6 inches and change my appearance to that of a basic household servant.
Ooh, okay. All right. Flipping through and over, where are you headed as a servant?
Just coming back out onto the floor from a different direction so that they see this big, 7'3", kind of a, boisterous gladiator walk out of the room, and then he just never comes back.
Right. All right. Now, okay. So what happens if we could spend an edge point to instead succeed at that check? Is how I will do it for the ritual, because the ritual is an obstacle. If you spend the edge point to instead succeed, you can. Rune, you could do the same, and then the ritual will be going along swimmingly, I imagine. But it's up to you if you're trying to spend the edge point there.
We'll do that definitely.
All right. Everybody needs to succeed in order for the ritual to work. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Do I need to spend an edge point?
It looks like a 30 will not succeed.
Okay. So I have to spend the last ed point, my last ed point too, right?
Yes.
All right.
All right, Legion, I need you to make a disguise, a deception check, and then
about
we had a
stealth?
couple. If you're trying to hide from the crowd, you can. Trying to head back to the back of house, you absolutely can. But if you're headed
Just
back,
kinda
it's
trying to
going
just,
be
like-
disguise.
No, definitely kind of trying to get out of sight and blend in and kind of hide in the crowd.
Right, yeah. I mean, that's still going to be a disguise, unless you're quite literally trying not to be seen. Blend in is a feat, but without that, it's going to be... Let's see.
Okay. So for the purpose... Oh, that's where I had a question. So this is
Okay.
coming from the Aeon Stone, which allows me to cast Illusory Disguise as I believe it's a first level Illusory Disguise.
Okay.
Let's see. It gives you a +4 status bonus to deception checks, and you add your level even if you're untrained. Would that be my level or the item's level, since I'm casting this from an Aeon Stone?
It would be the item level, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I'll get back to you on that. All right, Rune. With that ritual succeeding, what's your next step?
Moving on to the next spot where we wish to place a sigil. So he is definitely maneuvering through the crowd, moderately socializing so as not to appear too out of place, having a bit of food, mingling, but always moving in a particular direction to get to the next spot.
Okay. Something to note. Sailix had taken. So you're looking. What are you looking for? You're looking just for the next spot in general.
Well, so going with the patterns, right? If crafting will help him find the next viable location for the sigil to be next in the pattern, that's pretty much what he's targeting for.
Okay. This might be a little bit embarrassing for Rune, but the next spot, based on the structure of the building, happens to be in a really weird place here. Opening the door, it seems you've interrupted two people. One, two, you presume to be involved in this heist somehow. Sailix, describe the scene. Not fully, but
All right. So Sailix has the diviner, and they're kind of chest to chest, so to speak. And he's got his one arm wrapped around her lower waist, holding her close to his body, and the other one around her upper back, making sure she's secure. And they're kind of just floating throughout the air in turns every once in a while. And her face is completely locked against Sailix. As they go up and down. Rune, seeing this from a third-person perspective, would realize that the Ravenclaw pendant that Sailix is wearing with a red gem in it is glowing with an angry red glow, if anything.
Does that stone look even just moderately familiar? Perhaps the
I
claw
don't
might be a little different,
know.
but the stone itself is... All right, that's fair. Kelishite Rune will look up at the pair dancing in the air, and immediately, in a thick Kelishite accent, apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to interrupt. Please forgive.
As Rune speaks, he kind of like almost drops the woman, but like kind of catches her by her upper arm and pulls her into an embrace. Nothing's to forgive. And he sets her down slowly on the floor. We were just enjoying a dance by ourselves in a room unoccupied by eyes.
Yes, of course. I shall remove mine this very instant, sir. It's a beautiful dance, to be sure.
All right.
And Rune will save this spot for last, apparently.
Okay, well, moving to the next one. I want to ask Vesparin, the pieces have sort of fallen into place in an ideal way here. You haven't explored upstairs yet, because there's really only one good way to get there. But, if you go around back, you know, if you had to take out the diviner, it would kind of be time to do it. But at the same time, it might be that the diviner isn't doing what a diviner would be doing right now. So in a way, you have a really good lock on this first floor. The ritual to seal this place in isn't complete, but you could explore the basement, you could go upstairs, you could try the attic. What are you trying to do here?
Oh, sorry, wrong person. My apologies.
Yeah, Vespa.
Well, I mean, yeah, so my question is, like, you know, first of all, like, does Sailix seem like he's good, or does he need help?
So from B's vantage point, he doesn't look like he's gonna knock her out.
I mean, does he remember why we're here? Like,
he looks like he's more content to suck face with her all night.
Okay.
That's Sailix.
Alright, well. God. I don't even know. I guess, can I do a gather information roll to find out, like, where, like, what is in the other floors? Just, like, yeah, passively socializing and finding things out from people and doing the talking thing. Because I don't really know what I should do.
Yeah, we can do that, and we can pair it if Legion's trying to do a similar one. I don't know if he's trying to stick his neck out again in a social setting. But, yeah, we can do gather information, which is a diplomacy check.
Okay. Oh. Yikes. Hey, Chad, anybody got any of those hero points that I can use?
Got any of those extra edge points?
Yeah.
Legion, do you have anything that you're trying to do here?
You're muted, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I muted myself. Legion is, since I rolled a 40 for that check to blend in, Legion is going to try and kind of get to a position where he can keep an eye on Sailix without being noticed.
He's accounted for. In one of the wings of the estate, he seems a-okay. Telepathically, you might learn that some of Sailix's friends have already confirmed that. And they're going to let Sailix be Sailix while they continue the mission of walking down the building, figuring out where the slaves are, and then maybe inquiring about a vault, mayhaps. Notice Vesparin is really, really hammering out the second two objectives there.
So we need to find the slaves. Or no?
Mayhaps. Well, she would be quite capable of that. This is where a good distraction would come in, maybe. Perhaps like a party, a fight, a friendly brawl, something to captivate people. What would Legion do here?
I feel like since I just went through so much trouble to get out of the limelight, I'm going to stay out of it for now. I'm just going to hang out for a minute.
All right. Well, some time will pass as Rune is looking for the next place to drop. Arif and Vespa, you figured out.
Rune, sorry, out of sheer curiosity, does Rune recognize the sort of stasis the group seems to be in, or is there a stasis and or maybe there's not?
Stasis, how do you mean?
Well, like, does he recognize that maybe his allies need something to keep this heist going?
Well, I mean, you recognize that Vesparin is at the forefront of figuring out what's next. There's a vault and there are slaves here, for a fact. She's the next step to figuring it out because she's dealing with the people that you guys have spent the last week and a half researching. Ytrim Azus.
It also seems
Altshaw?
like Sailix is done with the heist.
Which I feel like might be a frickin' trap. So that's kind of why Legion doesn't want to go terribly far away from Sailix.
Right. Yeah, no, it's fine to watch their Rune. I mean, you have some time free if you're looking to see what these noteworthy NPCs that Vesparin is mingling with, if you wish to do so.
No, I mean, he doesn't want to throw off her game, but if he can help at all, whether a distraction would be helpful or some sort of. I mean, yeah.
I mean, I can.
He'll ask across the. He'll ask across the telepathic
find
pond.
the slaves.
Do we need any? Can I help in any way?
I need to know whether or not I should be wasting my time with the upstairs and the attic, or if we should just focus everything on the basement.
I believe the basement is where the prisoners are, yeah?
Yes, but there is also a vault that contains something that will be valuable to our cause.
Do you know the location of that yet, or no?
Nope.
All right.
Can everyone hear
also,
this?
On the telepathy.
Mm-hmm.
Also, are we still going with the plan of Sailix going downstairs, or is he going to just be making out with the diviner all night?
Funny you mention
Well,
that. The diviner
I
is
didn't-
leaving that room.
Sailix calls out to the diviner by your name. I didn't know I had to spell it out for you when you got an opening to poison her to knock her the fuck out. The bitch is evil as fuck. I was just buying you some goddamn time. And he's like, Serena, why are you leaving? Was the dancing not well enough for you?
It is a bit difficult
You can
to
tell.
poison someone when her tongue is down your throat, darling.
You can tell she's
Dude.
moved out. It looks like she's ready. She seems late for attendance, so she immediately stands where she originally was in this room, just in time for a figure to appear at the top of the steps. First, you'll notice Mr. Jazeman. And then another familiar face. An Uri. Zandivar.
Oh, bitch.
Rapping on a crystal
God.
goblet.
So throughout the telepathic bond, rage floods it as Sailix walks into the same area.
Oh yeah, I mean everybody's about in this atrium.
Can I maneuver kind of close to Sailix?
Yeah. Any movement you make, because everybody's stopped, will be a complication.
Okay,
if you wish
then
to make
never
any
mind.
movements, yeah. Otherwise, you're all kind of stuck here as everyone's just like turned their gaze straight up the stairs. If you have anything you want to do while he's talking that has any component other than visual and mental, let me know now. The diviner is back at work, though. If you want to attempt to sneak off, upstairs is very hard, downstairs is much easier. Attic is probably difficult through the second floor, but if you're trying to get away, you can make a stealth check. Otherwise, he'll begin to speak.
Am I positioned where I'm positioned on the map? Is that right next to the stairs down?
No.
Am I like kind of no?
You've got, well, no, so you're up there. You're kind of across the atrium now. Yeah.
Okay.
Where Sailix was.
Gotcha. Never mind. I will stay put.
So, welcome, guys. Look at you. Gorgeous. Every last one of you. Well, we have our own gorgeous. The prices have never been better in this city, I can assure you. We told you right away, well, when things got bad in Absalom, we'd stay vigilant, and surely enough we have. We'd like to express our gratitude that you can make it here. Bold and brave, the auction will begin rather shortly. And he'll go to move away. Before coming back onto the railing, one more thing. Let's all get drunk. Yeah? Arif, you're here, by the way. And you're starting to recognize this person, I want to add. He led the raid that took your captain. Told you all about the legal loophole of nabbing you right outside the city just to sell your precious Eagle Knight as a truly legal slave here in the Golden Road. You'll notice as well, he's missing an ear. Rune, Sailix, so still. He wears it proudly, actually. His hair is up now. You see really just a scar that's barely agreeing to heal. Well, if anybody would like to see them, I'm happy to give a sneak peek. We've got quite an arrangement. Enjoy your night. He'll wink. The guests will cheer a little bit. But you do notice the diviner is sort of staring at the party, scanning, like telepathically she's been alerted of something. Watching. You'll notice, Rune, are you down there in the atrium?
Probably off to the side, but yeah.
Yeah, well, you notice off to the side, there's a table with name cards. You didn't enter this way. And nobody needed a name card because the only people entering that were allowed entered with, well, the right of basically a guildmaster. Besides, this thing looks like it was kind of hastily set up, probably a little bit late. One of the cards has your name on it, complete with a surname.
Any particularly unique surname, or just the familial name?
Rune Ravenswood. Yeah.
All right.
What do you do?
Good to know. Oh, he will not reveal himself just yet.
Right, but it looks like they're expecting you.
They clearly are expecting me.
Yeah. Well, the crowd, as these doors opens, the crowd kind of move over into the center room. There's a number of tables arranged now. Artifacts for sale. Magical items. From really all over. Which of you are trying to move upstairs or downstairs, and which of you are trying to check out this this gallery in the center before the dining room?
Rune is attempting to assess where the next best spot for the sigil would be. Would it be upstairs, or actually, let me ask this: does he feel there's any other good spot aside from the room that Sailix and the Diviner were dancing in on this main floor for one of the Dimensional Lock sigils? If the answer is no, the question then is he either needs to move upstairs or downstairs to continue his little mini project.
You know, upstairs would be a good spot. If not the room Sailix just left out of, you could probably nail that. It's just a little close to the crowd right now.
Yeah. Everyone's so focused on Yuri. He feels now would probably be a good time to give that a shot.
Yeah.
And if he's close enough to the room, he's going to give it a try. If he's not, then he'll have to save it for later. But that's kind of where he's thinking right now, just trying to figure out how to get to the next best location to do the thing.
Moving through, yeah, really like against the crowd here. Sailix, Legion, Vespa, Arif. Yeah, Vespa, where are you headed?
Well, so I guess my question is, first of all, is the Diviner, like, does it look like she's going to be drinking with everybody else, or is she just on, like, strict, like, job mode right now?
She seems stressed out. She doesn't even move from that corner.
Okay.
At least not for now.
Like, are there any caterers that are, like, heading her way with, like, booze, like champagne or something for the
Arif
toast?
can be. Actually,
Okay.
Legion could be.
Yeah. So in
Legion
that
can be.
case, yeah.
Definitely picks up a tray of drinks and heads out.
I'll slip some of the nightmare salts into those drinks. I don't know if I need a sleight of hand check for that. Because it seems like
I would be assisting and like helping to conceal that.
Yeah, your
I
check
have
is better than
legendary
his
thievery,
check for this.
so yeah.
Yeah, let's make a thievery check.
So, yeah. Alright, because it should just be that sort of like he's like walking by and just that subtle gesture as she's like, pushing back her hair or something. Hopefully this doesn't suck.
Yep. 38's fine. 38 is fine.
Cool.
38 will do it. We succeed here.
And then the second question I had was like during my I know it wasn't the best, but like do I learn anything about like what's upstairs or rumored to be upstairs that would make looking upstairs worthwhile, or at least justify why there's like guards?
It looks like the auction the events leading up to the auction, as well as perhaps the auction, will be held upstairs, but the slaves are downstairs.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah, over telepathy, you know, she just basically relayed that information. You know, make sure the diviner does a toast with everybody else. And where do you guys want me? Like,
I would say start making
wherever
your
the
way
plan
towards
says.
the basement.
okay.
Probably wise.
Then in that case, Ian, we'll do the switch now. And basically, so Vesparin slash, you know, Parvati has not left the floor, like, but V herself is going to head towards the basement, I guess. And I'm invisible.
Perfect.
Or, sorry, Ian.
All right, so that leaves Legion's got a thing, Rune's got a thing. Arif, what are you doing now?
Once Arif knows that the slaves are being kept downstairs, he's been working on heading that way.
Okay, and Sailix, you do notice there's a massive item auction that just kind of popped up in the middle, that little middle room that joins the entryway, like the atrium, to the dining room. People are flocking over there.
I mean, as long like so, everybody else is kind of doing their own thing. Sailix will walk over just to glance over the wares, I guess, as of now. Before he asks to see the wares. I mean, if that's still the plan. If not,
The wares,
he
the
will,
wares.
Yeah. So, if he can't push through, he will hover over the crowd and just kind of set himself down in front of everybody. Real douchey-like.
Okay. All right, and for the last, probably the last real skill check of the night, Rune, you're setting up yet another piece of this arcane puzzle, is that correct?
That would be correct, yeah.
Let's make that check.
Is this the one for everybody?
You want to do it for everybody, because you already completed that ritual.
Oh, all right. Fair enough.
I imagine.
That makes it easy.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard DC for you anyway.
Oh my god. That could be better.
Yeah, is that going to make it? Or are we still sans...
I don't have any edge points.
How many edge
I think
points?
we're
did
shy
you
one here.
each get, or was it a
One.
pool?
Does one edge points or
That's been
One
tracked.
each. I haven't used one yet. Is there any way I can use mine for his roll?
Yeah, well, this magic is a little bit tangly.
I mean, I'm not
with
nearby.
You did manage, by the way, to pull off that plant. She ate the food with nightmare salt, and immediately she starts to seem a little bit confused. The diviner. She's supposed to stand in one spot to be reliable, but she's sort of just leaning.
Is there a
Could I
way
give
for
her a
Sailix
shot
to
to lean on?
Is there a way for Sailix to isolate the telepathic bond to any which person?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
All right. So in V's head, Sailix is holding a cracked oath bow that Poppy used to hold, and it's a very clear image as he runs his hands up and down the shaft of it, and he sends her, I think we have a problem.
How is that, dear?
Get down to the slaves as fast as you can. If you need,
Yeah.
I'll make a distraction.
She's
and
fucking going down there.
With that, Sailix will pull all of the heat within the room into himself, dropping the temperature 10 to 15 degrees. Trying to pull everything he can out on everybody.
For a
As he looks
distraction
at
or an
the-
attack?
As a distraction, as he looks at the person that is selling the wares, he's just kind of like, in his most intimidating glare, look, where did you get this?
They belong to slaves. Why do you challenge
Slaves?
me? I'm a merchant.
Slaves don't own such fine merchandise, merchant. So you're lying, and I'm going to buy this and be assaulted when I walk out of this town, and I'll have to find you and cut out your goddamn tongue.
You hear someone sort of stride in. It's Ori, about 15 feet away. All right. What's the racket? Sorry, this is not my good ear. And he looks you like directly in the eyes when he said that. I'm sure this has been a misunderstanding. Guildmaster says with a smile, and everyone's just kind of silent watching the two of you here in this moment. Vespa's just bolting down the stairs. Rune is working on a spell about 20 feet away and is now starting to hear a little bit of a commotion. But that's where I'm going to end off for tonight, everybody. We found the oath bow. Well done. I hope you're enjoying the reverse escape room, because we're picking it back up next week to just do this again and get the fuck out of there. So, well done. Well done. We're halfway through the heist. Actually, I think we're off next week, but a little bit more.
Yeah,
on that
you
later.
bastard, we're gone next week.
Shh.
You son of a bitch.
I had to get my fuck you somehow. Man, all right, well.
Oh, you got him. Oh, you got him.
Yeah, I'm gonna get more when the call ends. That's fine. Let's talk about this. Let's go around. Let's talk about this heist a little bit.
Let's talk.
Starting
about
with God Killer.
To eat your heart.
Hey guys, I played Sailix tonight, the crestfallen, who got to do a bunch of stuff. Honestly, it's too much to really recount, but all in all, he found the oath bow that used to belong to Poppy Ravenswood, which was Rune's sister, who just disavowed him the last time we saw her. So that's a big thing, and that's why the oath bow is important. Anyway, all that nonsense aside, if you want to catch up on actually what happened, like in full detail, then you can go back and watch the previous episodes on our YouTube channel, which they release a week later. So everything that we did here tonight will release next week on Saturday. And yeah, so if all the shenanigans we did today will be there next week, and all of the past stuff we've done previously is all there. All, what is it, 71 episodes.
Yeah, more like 78 if you count one shots.
Ah,
Spin-offs.
so much.
Canon grows. Legion.
Content on content on content. Thanks everybody. I am James and we are Legion. Yeah. I'm gonna eat that dude's heart. If Poppy's down in that cell. And I mean, I guess if she's down there, Waldor's probably down there too. So who knows? Beardorf
Fun
might become a
assumption.
thing if that's a possibility. Yeah, go out there and check us out on Patreon at patreon.com/pennyforatale. We're working on updating that so we get you guys some good content, behind the scenes stuff, and a peek maybe behind Ian's DM screen to see how twisted and evil he actually is. Don't believe the smiles, everybody. It's all a ruse. Yeah, come back and check us out. 2 weeks from now when we see if we can get the hell out of here.
Indeed. 1, 2, 3. Well, it's really about how many we get out of there, you know? Jen.
Hi, I'm Jen. I played the Vesparin tonight, and she had a night of, adventure, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, still a lot of things to process that she's doing just fine processing. It's cool, whatever. We have stuff to do. It's fine. Let's keep going forward. Puppy. We gotta figure that out. But if you dig me, I will be at a bunch of different conventions and events. SavageSparrow.com is my super awesome website, and you can follow me as Savage Sparrow everywhere else to find out where I will be in person if you want to say hi and check out my cool stuff. Patreon.com/SavageSparrow is where I post all the various artwork that I do that involves this game, and as well as other art for other things. So yeah, definitely check that out too. And next season on our sister channel, Weave the Tale, I'm going to be running a Dune game, and it's going to be great. So please check that out and support us.
So hype. So hype. Ugh. All right. Second and last, certainly not second to least. Audit. Sam.
Yeah. Hello. I am Sam Scribbles. Tonight I played Audit. The reason I play so many characters is because I like to do a bunch of different makeup, so I was trying something new today. Anyways, I also play Poppy, and I'm very curious to see what happened to her. Other than that, you can catch me as Scribbling Penny on Twitter, and managing the communities of Weave the Tale, Penny for a Tale. We have a one-shot coming up this Tuesday, actually, for Requiem for Rogues. Super excited for that. It is a very popular NDTT RPG in Japan that has been brought over, translated into English by Lion Wing Publishing, so make sure you check that out. On Tuesday, Wednesday, both channels will be going black. There will be no content on that day from either channel, to support all of our streaming family that is currently the subject of hate raids and whatnot on Twitch, with Twitch Do Better. So yeah, that is my thing. We are going to turn it to Mr. Smith.
Hello, I'm Mr. Smith. I played Rune the Unkindness, Constable of Ravens, Watcher of Ravenswood. I will burn you to the ground.
No.
If my sister is harmed.
No. Go on.
Yeah, it's
Go
fine.
on.
It's fine. I am the Ravenswood. I will find you. I will hurt you. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Smith. I want to thank each and every one of you for watching this evening. We are a band of shenanigans wrapped up with poor choices, drama, and tragedy. It's really just a big bag of wow. If you enjoyed our bantering about and shenaniganery, feel free to give us a follow. Tell your friends how cool we are and how much we we strive to entertain not only ourselves, but each and every one of you as well. We will be, well, I don't want to say all of us, but our illustrious GM here has left us off on a 2-week cliffhanger because he is a right turd.
Yep.
I would like to pose, however,
Horrible
and
human
I
being.
believe most of the cast here is up for it. We will still be here next weekend, if for no other reason than to have a little chat with all of you, answer questions, kind of recap some of what's been going on, maybe give some little insights about our characters if you are so interested. So please come on by. Give us some questions to answer and just say hi, interact and all that jazz. We will absolutely berate, make fun of, and thoroughly burn Ian while he is away, because he does terrible things to us, and we must repay in kind. I think with that, however, I would like to absolutely stress what Sam commented. We will be going dark on the 1st, if I remember correctly. This is to support the entire community who have been the victim of terrible activity here on the streaming services. We would like each and every one of you to spread the word, join us in solidarity. Please feel free to come over to our Discord. We will be maintaining a presence there to share our stories, spread kindness, and simply be good human beings to each other. This is a pretty rough space we exist in, so let's see if we can make it a little nicer by rolling some dice, telling each other how cool we are, because it's just the truth. Thank you all again very much. I will be quiet now.
All right. Well, at the actual last, and certainly at the least, it's me. If you liked this, follow. We will be back. If the 70 plus games that we're sitting on is any testament, I will guarantee we will be back and we will be finishing this story. We're in book 5. We've got another book. We're going to be doing this through March, and then for the rest of all of our lives. So, yeah, thank you so much for watching. If you're watching the VOD, subscribe and stuff, and keep that playlist going. Yeah, I'm going to drink all this hot sauce. Good night.
Yes, you are.
The jungle, Kintargo, Kovlar. Everywhere the Triad has popped up, they have fallen. They won't win.
You're right. They'll never win. We've given them no quarter, forced them back into hiding at each turn, back into their holes. Where do they hide now?
Along the Golden Road. Coin may ensure their safety and buy them some time. No amount of gold will protect them from us.
Us. Together. Beating death, breaking curses, and always finding our way. We'll find them. And then they'll know it's over.
So run all you like. There is no fortress, no keep that will protect you, no army or force that will stop us. No matter how long it takes, we will find you, and we will destroy you. We are the unforgotten. We are eternal.